Present.
Okay, you have 8 present.
Thank you. Remote announcement. Pursuant to the newly revised Open Meeting Act, each council member shall state that they're attending the meeting remotely and shall state where he or she is physically located, meaning county or city and state. Councilman Mays, if we'll start with you, please.
Yeah, I'm participating in this electronic meeting from Lodi, California, and that's in San Joaquin County.
Mr. Davis?
Councilman Davis, are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute. I did a beautiful speech, and I got to try to do it again. I'm located in Flint, Michigan, the beautiful county of Genesee, located in Michigan.
Mr. Guerra?
Hi, I'm located right here at my home in Flint, Michigan, in Genesee County.
Ms. Fields?
I'm calling in remotely from Genesee County, Flint, Michigan.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I'm attending this meeting remotely from the city of Flint, state of Michigan.
Ms. Galloway?
I'm attending from Flint, Michigan.
Mr. Griggs?
I'm electronically attending this meeting from Flint, Michigan and Genesee County.
Ms. Worthing?
I'm attending from Flint, Michigan in Genesee County.
Thank you. It also, on our council agenda, has member contact information for constituents that need them. At this time, we'll have our Pledge of Allegiance. Councilman Davis, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I love to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That brings us to our normal prayer or blessing. At this time, is there anyone that has a moment of silence that they would like to recognize?
Madam President.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter?
Yes, I would like to have a moment of silent prayer for the family of Miss Betty Allen.
Okay. Betty Allen. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, Madam President.
Councilman Mays?
Yeah, I've heard of a tragic incident in some like to say hometown. It's my hometown, Flint, Michigan. It's a 3-year-old, and this young man was looking forward to Halloween, and I would like to, for the city of Flint, the city council, and the city to engage in a moment of silence for that 3-year-old.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Councilman Mays. Is there anyone else?
He was sleeping in bed.
Who was this?
A 3-year-old, and someone shot at their house. And
Can someone mute their phone, please?
Yeah. Parents hard working. We both work for a rubbish company.
Hello? Is Janelle, is that someone that needs to be muted, or is someone saying something? Okay.
I couldn't tell, Madam President.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? The young man, the toddler that was shot, his name is Messiah Williams. So as we have our moment of silence, if there's nothing else, we will now take a moment of silence for Betty Allen and Messiah Williams and their families. Thank you. Procedures on conducting electronic public meetings. All boards and commissions must adhere to all laws established under the Michigan compiled laws and in accordance with the revisions to the Open Meetings Act adopted in Senate Bill 1108 as passed on October 13, 2020 and signed into law on October 16, 2020. Reading of disorderly persons, City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. Requests for changes and or additions to the agenda. Are there any?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Fields?
I have three. First of all, I would like to have public speaking and council response before the executive session. And then I would like to have special orders after the resolutions. And then finally, I would like to drop Special Order 200394 about Kenwood. I believe that's been covered adequately in previous meetings.
So, Councilwoman Fields, I'm not going to allow that to be voted on, and my colleagues can override me. That's not your special order, and according to the council rules, the special orders are to be requested through the chair of that meeting. And so if there's something else in the rules that allow you to drop someone's special orders, if you can please read that into the record, and then we'll take that up for vote. So you said that you wanted public speaking and council response before the executive session. You want the special orders to be happening after the resolutions?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any other changes to the, or changes and or additions to the agenda?
Madam President, this is Davina.
Go ahead, Davina.
We, on your agendas now, under the member remote announcement, that was something we had to add per the amended new Open Meetings Act. And also, in accordance to the Senate House bill and that amendment, the council, on behalf of the city, needs to adopt board and commission procedures on conducting electronic meetings moving forward. We had a meeting with the city attorney last week, and he did ask that we prepare a resolution to that effect. And because we did that on the agenda, it kind of got thrown off. But what we need to do today is have council consider a resolution setting a public hearing for the adoption of City of Flint Board and Commission procedures on conducting electronic meetings. These rules would pertain to every City of Flint Board and Commission, and it's something that the council has to adopt as soon as possible so that it covers all of the boards and commissions and how they would conduct their meetings. I'm still working on a draft resolution right now. I do want to ask council to bring it from the floor, but I just have to tweak it a little bit, but I should have it done by the time you get through public speaking or your executive sessions. But I would like the council to consider a resolution to set a public hearing for those rules today. And so we can have the hearing. The soonest we will be able to have it would be the second meeting in November.
So what I want to hear from, is there someone that wants to,
Madam President.
Resolution add on number 1?
Madam President.
Councilman May.
Yeah, with that type of notice, if she gonna have it ready by the time we get to the resolutions without somebody making a fuss of an agenda change. I just move that we allow that discussion and addition prior to us starting on the resolutions.
So you want that add-on to be discussed before the resolutions are taken up? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so we'll see if we're ready. And in that discussion, we can, move to add it on to the master resolution or something, or whatever is appropriate at that time if she's ready. So right before resolutions, I would propose that type of agenda change.
Okay. And is there anything else? Councilman Mays, I have a question for you. Ms. Fields has asked for a...
Madam Chair.
One second. Mr. Mays, Councilman Mays, Councilwoman Fields has asked for an agenda change to drop your requested special order. Now, the council rules does not address this, and I won't be getting into any conflict with this body. And so, Councilman Mays, I know that any changes and or additions are to go before the body. And so I'm going to place that because Ms. Fields asked to do it. And if her colleagues are going to set a precedent to allow another colleague to enforce or drop someone else's special order, then they'll be able to do that. So I'm going to put that there. But Councilman Mays, I want you to know why I'm doing that. This body is going to have to show this community whether they have respect for all council people or some. And so, did you have anything else, Councilman Mays?
No.
All right. So, let me tell you guys what... Mr. Councilman Davis, go ahead.
I thank you. I was just perusing over my agenda, and I noticed Special Order 200434, special order for hours and sales of liquor at liquor stores and gas stations and what have you. Do I need to do my own special order, or can this be an add-on? Because I know it's only Mr. Griggs, Councilman Griggs' name is on there.
You can
last time I felt a little slighted. Huh?
You can go ahead. We can vote to add your special order specifically so that if in case you and Councilman Griggs are not lining up the same, you would have the ability to. So I can place that before the body as well.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that has any changes and or additions to the agenda?
Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah. Right before or right after public speaking, even before executive session, I want to move the emergency ordinance up to the front.
Okay.
I think it's the only ordinance on the agenda. I want to move that right before or after public speaking, and we can discuss it when we get to it.
Okay, so one second. I'm just writing it all down. So right before the executive session.
Yeah, wherever public speaking lands.
After that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see where it lands.
All right. So I have okay, so I'm just going to read them just for the record, and then we'll vote on them individually. So the first three for Councilwoman Fields requested that immediately following the vote for the agenda changes, public speaking and council response would follow that. She has asked that special orders happen after the resolutions. She has requested that special order 20034 be dropped Councilman Mays has requested to add add-on number 1 before the resolution so that we can discuss it and make sure that it is completed. Councilman Davis has requested a special order on liquor stores following Mr. Griggs' special order. And then Councilman Mays has made a request to move the emergency ordinance up before resolutions. Was that right, Councilman Mays?
Right before or after public speaking.
Okay, before closed session. Okay, got it.
All right. I say see where public speaking lands.
All right, perfect. So it'll be after public speaking. So with that being said, the first vote will be public speaking, council response. Roll call, please.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councilman May?
Do we have discussion on these things when we get to this point?
Oh, you can. Is there any discussion on moving public speaking and council response to immediately follow the vote of changes and or additions to the agenda? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. So public speaking and council response will immediately follow changes and or additions to the agenda. The next change to the agenda is a special... Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just so you know, because we're going to do that first, that means that I will have to reset the executive session information and resend for both of those to start later. I'll probably have to resend new numbers.
Please do that. Thank you. So that brings us to special orders after the resolution. Is there any discussion on that?
Yeah, Madam President.
Councilman Mays?
Yeah, Ms. Fields, and it seems like I don't know who, but for the last 2 meetings have tried to move these special orders. If you look at council meetings when we had committee meetings and others, when we got to a special order in a council meeting, and if it was giving somebody a presentation, I mean, I'm not going to get in the habit of voting on them. If we start back with committee meetings and priority business, when somebody asks for a special order, it's something that's dear to them, it's important to them, and for folks to put it off and then leave, sometime it be the business at hand that's making the media, and that's, you know, what people are interested in. So I'm not going to vote to move them into the end of the meeting, and then you got 2, 3 council people who might be gone. It's important business to a particular council person. I'm not going to vote to move them, and I'm surely not going to start picking and choosing what means something to other council people on the next vote. So I'll be voting no to keep special orders where they've been for 20 or 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call on moving the special orders after resolution.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
6 yes, 3 no.
So the vote is 6 yes, 3 no to move the special orders after resolution. That brings us to the next change to the agenda, and that is to drop special order 20034. Is there any discussion?
Point of information.
Madam Chair?
What's your point of information, Councilman Mays?
What is the details of that special order number that you just read?
It's
For the
your
public and for myself.
sure. So it's special order for 1702, a special order as requested by Councilperson Eric Mays on the status of 1702 Kenwood, including what is being proposed for that location. So, Councilwoman Fields.
Yes, I'd just like to say that we have had that as a special order for the last, if not 2, 3 meetings. I think it's been talked to death. I don't think we need to waste any more council time on that. I think it's bordering on persecution of Councilman Griggs because that happens to be in his area. I think enough is enough.
Is there any further discussion?
Madam President,
Councilman Mays.
in the last council meeting when we finally got to that discussion, it was clear to me that Susan Wilcox said that through zoning and changing zoning ordinances, we could change or amend whether we allow certain multi-family situations in single-family zoning. And I made it clear that when maybe Ms. Fields and Mr. Griggs, anybody else on the council didn't hear that answer and don't understand that we can preserve single-family in some cases and rearrange zoning, that we need to have this like on a legislative committee agenda, and it has not been beat to death. When Ms. Fields hear the people doing public comment respond to what she's saying, really this should branch into a committee meeting or a special meeting on the subject matter in a timely manner before an appointee on the planning commission appointed by whoever Ms. Fields. This is a model of what people can do when neighbors cry out. So how dare you describe it as that? I would not be voting to drop it, and neither really should you. And if you think you can mischaracterize it in front of me and these people, you got another thing coming. God bless you.
Madam Chair?
Wait a minute. Councilwoman Fields, you've spoken once. Is there any of my colleagues that would like to speak on this first? Mr. Griggs, Councilman Griggs.
Yeah. This special order has nothing to do with zoning, so maybe Councilman Mays needs another special order. Thank you.
Is there anyone that has a question that wants to address this? Hearing none, Ms. Fields. Oh, Ms. Worthing. Well,
Yeah.
Ms. Worthing and then Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Ms. Fields. Having this on there and constantly attacking another member of council is ridiculous. It's not needed. This can all be done without trying to publicly, diss another member of council to make yourself look better. So we're just, I'm going to vote to drop it. This is enough, and it never should have been allowed.
Thank you. Is Mr. Davis, Councilman Davis, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you for indulging, Madam Chair. I'm in consensus kind of with Councilman Mays on this. I think we really need more time on this. If anything, we might postpone it to another meeting or his own meeting. Because if it's clear, if the residents upset, we need to pay attention. Certainly Mr. Griggs needs to pay attention to his own constituency. Because I can't see avoiding the residents that you represent. And it's no easy way out. Every decision is not an easy decision sitting on this council. And this happened to be a little rougher. But every problem got a solution. So it's got to be a viable solution that's going to satisfy the constituency as well as different people's opinion of it. So I think we're going to have to spend time on this one. This ain't going to be no 5-minute deal right here. So we could postpone it or whatever you want to do, but we better pay attention to the constituency. And I thank you for indulging, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there anyone that has not spoken once
Madam President,
that would like to speak now? Councilman Winfrey?
Yeah, I'm really bothered by my colleagues, whomever they are, willingness to want to drop somebody else's special order. Now, again, if we vote if the vote is to approve one council person's ability to get those votes and approve it, we're setting a precedent. And then down the road, I don't want to hear my colleagues. We shouldn't hear anybody complaining if somebody else want to drop somebody else's. When in the past, since I've been on this council, whenever there has been a special order to drop anything that was proposed by another council person, that person who initiated it, whether it was a special order or whatever.
Point of information.
What is your point of information? Someone has a wait. Someone has a train. Wait a minute, Mr. Griggs. Mr. Griggs, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Please stop.
Yeah.
Someone has a train in their home. Thank you. It sounds like it's muted. Mr. Griggs, I need you to wait until I say, what is your point of information, Mr. Griggs?
Okay.
Mr. Griggs, what is your point of information?
Okay. Councilman Winfrey, is this the same as wanting to change somebody's special order? Does this fall in that same category? Councilman Mays wants to change my special order.
Wait a minute. I think he's clear on what Councilman Winfrey, do you need any further clarification?
I understand the question. I think that no council person has the right to drop another in my opinion, has the right to drop another person's special order. No council person has the right to change a special order by another council person if that's the question that you need answering. So I think that we might ought to watch ourselves. Just because I don't want to hear it doesn't mean that I need to drop it. Let the person who made the special order drop the special order.
Thank you, sir.
Madam
Thank you,
President.
sir. Is there anyone else that hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Anyone else? Ms. Fields, you want to speak again?
Yes, I do. The way Mr. Mays explained his reason for this special order was actually to do with zoning. I would like to make a referral to planning and development and the administration. We need to have those draft zoning laws brought to us for approval, and we need to do it soon. It's been hanging out there far too long. So I think the issue he was talking about, the ability to have a business in an A1 or an A2, is really not a discussion for a special order specifically on Kenwood. It's to do with zoning rules. And I would also like to say that this isn't the first time Mr. Winfrey, Mr. Mays has had this as a special order. This is now the third or fourth time. So I believe he has had more than ample time to bring up anything he wanted to say relative to that. And I think any other discussion should come under zoning. So I think, and we're not setting a precedence this time. In fact, we have voted to drop special orders in the past. So this isn't a precedent-setting vote.
Madam President.
Madam President. 1 second, Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, I can appreciate Ms. Fields making my point. It is a precedent that we have voted. Y'all voted. I didn't vote, Ms. Fields. You and the crowd voted not to have committee meetings in the middle of a pandemic. and committee meetings are necessary. We're running a multi-million-dollar corporation. We are like the board of directors of something that functions gigantically to serve the people I represent, and so forth and so on. So you made my point. It's presidents being set left and right. No committee meetings. You've got a special order that you want to keep postponing. That's been on there for 3 times, and we've discussed it once, and we've heard pertinent information. You're 100% right. We do control zoning, what they can do in A1, A2, D1, D2, and they hanging out there. You voted not to meet. I'm meeting from California. This is the easiest time to be a board of director. You refuse to do it. You make the motion to meet. Make the motion for a special meeting. I'm going to serve not only the residents I represent, they invited me to the 8th Ward. I see what they see. People have been cited. But you voted to inspect rentals. I told you the homeowners, you missing it. There ain't no committee meetings. My point has been made. I'm not going to vote to drop an important special order. That's me. It's president citywide when we talk about zoning. And when we get to it, Ms. Fields, just make a motion that we have a special meeting on zoning. I'll look at the overall zoning and what we're talking about now. I'm willing to do it. Do it tomorrow, the next day, whatever. Until you get ready to meet and tell the crew to vote for committee meetings, I'm going to talk about issues as they come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. I think I heard Ms. Worthing again.
Yes. You know, it would be different if the order was about zoning and not about attacking other members. And as Ms. Fields said, it's been 3 times. We have so much work to do in the city. And I want to just comment to Mr. Winfrey. I've heard you say several times, if there's work to be done outside of this meeting, please do it there. And nothing I have heard in this special order so far is anything that could not have happened by giving Ms. Wilcox a call and getting work done. It all could be done outside of this meeting. And to save all of us time, I would like to do. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Anyone else? I just want to say for the record, I won't be supporting that. I think that the more that we proceed, we see that there is an imposition of the leadership that is imposing their will on their other colleagues. We are a body that has the ability to discuss things, and the reason why I won't is because as much as this can be done in the outside of a public meeting, the residents are watching and listening for this meeting. They're looking to hear it openly. They came before us openly, and I believe that they should receive resolutions or some sense of where we're going openly. And so just like I wouldn't vote to drop anyone else's, I won't be voting to drop this. We have council rules that say that the special order is approved by the person that chairs the meeting, and one of the rule makers is violating that rule instead of asking for a motion to suspend the rules and or change them. So with that being said, roll call on the dropping of Special Order 200394. Clerk, please.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
No.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Vote is 3 yes, 6 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 6 no. The dropping of that special order fails. That brings us to the next change, which is add-on number 1 to be discussed before the resolutions. Is there any discussion on that? To set a public hearing. That resolution is to set a public hearing, but the request was that it would be discussed before the resolution. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call on that vote, please.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That passes. That brings us to a request by Councilman Davis for a special order following Mr. Griggs' special order to discuss the liquor stores and anything else we'd like to discuss in there. Is there any discussion on that? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call on that special order.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
I'm confused. What is the wording for this special order? I'm sorry, before I could vote.
Well, we're in the middle of a vote. You can. I've stated it very clearly. He wants a special order to talk about liquor store and whatever he'd like to speak.
Okay. Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. That special order will appear. That brings us to the last change request, which is to move the emergency ordinance of the marijuana ordinance to follow the public speaking council response before the closed session. Is there any discussion on that change?
Yeah, Madam President.
Yes, sir, Councilman Mays.
Yeah, the reason I request that change, in the last meeting, we didn't even have enough people to pass an emergency ordinance. We've got things going. We put off the permanent ordinance in light of the pandemic and no committee meetings. It's an urgent piece of business. Let's move it up. It requires a certain amount of votes. And based upon the history and what I've seen happening with it and how long things have expired and what we have done in the permanent aspect with the pending ordinance. Since, what was the attorney's name who had been handling that now? The lady attorney is handling it. But regardless of that, I think we need to all vote yes on this and get it out of the way first time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that has any discussion on moving this emergency ordinance that needs to be done? Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call on moving the emergency ordinance before a closed session following public comment, council response.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis?
Councilman Davis, are you on mute?
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Yes.
Was that Mr. Davis too?
My phone had dropped the call, yes?
Okay, Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. We are done with requests for changes and or additions to the agenda. That brings us to public speaking. Could you please mute your phone? There's some background noise. Thank you, Janelle. First speaker, please.
The first person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I am representing J&S Investments of Flint on Lapeer Road.
Okay.
I think he's here for the public hearing.
He is here for the public hearing. I don't know which one.
We'll get you back on the line when we get to that. Sorry about that.
Okay, sorry, I was just unmuted.
No problem. Thank you. Next speaker.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Good evening. My name is A.C. Dumas, and I reside in 3rd Ward. And first, before I get started, I want to thank City Clerk Inez Brown for all the work that she has done in reference to the upcoming general election on November 3rd. Ms. Brown and her staff have done a yeoman's job in assisting and letting absentee ballot voters have the opportunity to drop their absentee ballots off at 8 locations, including all the fire stations in the city of Flint, the senior citizen buildings, and other places. So I want to say thank you, Ms. Brown, for the work that you and your staff have done. And I also want to say that accordingly, figures I got, there has been 19,000 absentee ballots that have been mailed out, and about 13,000 have been brought back or sent back in. So I encourage the residents of the city of Flint to get your ballots in as soon as possible. Do not mail them because they may not get in time. And also I want to say in the executive session, I got a call today that about the $6 million water lawsuit, and I need to know, along with the residents of the city of Flint who are plaintiffs in this lawsuit, including the city council who are plaintiffs and also defendants in the lawsuit. I understand, and my attorney that represents me told me that it's his understanding that the New York firm was going to try to get every attorney that's not part of them off the lawsuit, and that it would have children that they have represented to be the ones that they're fighting for. And as we know, other children have not been included in the lawsuit, and they have to get attorneys, and that concerns me. And so I want the city council to be open and candid to the residents of the city of Flint about this $600 million settlement, because we really don't know what's going on. We hear the state saying one thing, we hear the court saying another thing, and I want to hear what the city council is saying and the administration. This should not be done behind the back, and you all have it in closed session. But I'm just trying to see, why is it necessary to have it in closed session? It should be an open discussion with the residents of the city of Flint who were poisoned by Governor Snyder and the other individuals. So that's very important to me, and it's very, because I've got part of the lawsuit. Thank you kindly.
Mr. Dumas, thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next person's been unmuted. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, this is Arthur Woodson. I'm going to start out by, Ms. Fields, you totally, you different. You know, you complained when Mayor Weaver was in office, and you then turned around and you are worse than what you used to complain about. You really need to resign, for real. And Eva Worthing, please stop following Ms. Fields, Councilwoman Fields. I was going to say some other stuff. Councilman Davis, let me say this to you. You are a councilman, and you make decisions for the second ward. And the second ward constituents should not be afraid to speak out publicly when they disagree with one of your decisions. It's not personal. We're just saying something about your decision. So when you say, keep your mouth off me because I speak about your voting, that's not going to happen. Now, let's speak about the $600 million. We've been down this road before with the settlement where we was locked in with GLEWA and they didn't tell y'all what was in that deal. The state is telling us that it's $600 million. Why can't the city tell us how much they are trying to settle for? Because we are self-insured, and I want to know how much we are settling for, because the city of Flint has to turn around and pay that money back. The residents have to pay that money back. What type of deal are they making? Will the residents have to pay the money back that they settle with? Why are you putting the cart before the horse? Just like with the state, the judge has to agree, then the governor goes to the legislators and say, hey, listen, we settled for this amount, now vote on it. Why are you voting on a settlement before it is even agreed upon? That's the sad part. $600 million is nothing. It's nothing. We shouldn't even be agreeing to the $600 million. That is not the floor, it's the ceiling. They have more perpetrators from the state than any other agency or individual. The state should have started out at $1.7 billion or $2 billion, and then everybody else come up under that. Tell me which agency other than the federal government, which didn't have that many players in this, can match $2-3 billion. They're not going to go over what the state settled for. The state had over 30 individuals that are culpable to what went down, and they only selling it for $600 million. So, I mean, they're not going to give up any more than $600 million. And then they keep saying, well, Snyder and all the rest of them are charged. What they going to do? Give $200,000? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak.
Hi, this is Jim Jonas calling on behalf of the Woodcroft residents and 1702 Kenwood. First, I have to say that, you know, it's obvious to us that Councilman Griggs does not represent this ward. I think we've proven with all the information that we submitted that he doesn't even live here. And as far as Councilwoman Fields and Worthing, your comments continually are hostile about this. We've given you a letter with great detail, several attachments. We've looked into this, and we submitted it. and we want to know what the city council is going to do about this situation. We're not trying to waste your time. We've done a lot of the work for you, and yet some people on council, either through a relationship that they have with Bankert and Sorensen, and by the way, we have the photographs of Councilman Griggs out partying in his pajamas with Sorensen and Bankert. You've got a very close personal relationship. You should recuse yourself from this. And the fact that you voted to just totally disregard our feelings on this is just further evidence that you don't represent us here. And when we get the chance to recall you, Councilman Griggs, we'll all be voting to get you out of here. And if we could take care of Fields and Worthing, we'd do the same thing. You people are a disgrace with what you tried to do tonight. Now, all we're asking is for you to take our concerns. We've done all the work for you, and address them one by one. And that's what we want you to do. That would be representing the city of Flint. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak. The next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak. And the last person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak. That would be it, Madam Chair. There's no other speakers on the line.
Thank you. Are there any that need to be publicly read into the record that were written?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The first one is from Betty Sene. The Flint City Council is made up of 9 elected officials, 1 from each ward. However, as a ruling body, you represent all of the residents of Flint. You are charged with protecting the public interest in the governmental affairs of the city and its residents. As public officials, you are servants to the people you represent. You must be independent, impartial, and responsible to the people. You are charged with faithfully discharging your duties. In fact, you have taken an oath to do so. The residents of Woodcroft 1, Ward 8, have presented a volume of honest, objective information and proof to the City Council that the Bankerts, Terry and Lynn Sorensen Bankert, have made false statements and performed multiple renovations on their property at 1702 Kenwood without permits or inspections. The council must deny the Bankerts a zoning change for their property from A1 to A2 to create a business of a group home in a residential neighborhood. It is time for the council to act prudently in a way that shows care and thought for the residents of all A1 neighborhoods. Once these neighborhoods are gone, there will be no reason to live in Flint. The city's poor reputation will continue unless the council determines to act honorably and honestly. Edmund Burke said it best: the only thing necessary for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing. Thank you, Betty Sene, Radcliffe Avenue. The next one says, Honorable Flint City Council. This is from Officer Metcalf. As a Flint City police officer and concerned citizen, I applaud City Council's quest to decrease violence and think of creative ways to de-escalate crime in our community. I was born and raised in Flint, a product of Flint Community Schools, and I have chosen to spend my career with the city. I have a vested interest, as to you, in seeing this community thrive. My family are also proud business owners of a neighborhood market on the east side of Flint for 38 years. My son has 20-plus individuals who he employs and pays a livable wage, and most reside in the city and have long fully worked for us for decades. His store is a cornerstone business and the sole provider of basic need items to many in the neighborhood. We have also served the needs of generations of General Motors workers, including second and third shifters, blue-collar shift employees, and local families that often need items early in the morning or late at night. The recent COVID crisis has only increased the neighborhood's need for essential items, and we have done our best to create a safe and welcoming business. We were the backbone of this community when there was a need for toilet paper and milk, and our employees faithfully served our community every single day of the crisis. I am very concerned with the proposed ordinance limiting the hours of liquor stores, convenience stores, and gas stations. Not only do I believe that it is unlawfully targeting specific businesses like our store, specifically with the omission of bars, restaurants, tattoo shops, strip clubs, dispensaries, and other like businesses in the wording of the ordinance. We are unfairly being targeted when he has followed all city protocol and police advice to curb crime and violence around our business. He tries to balance the business to be financially sustainable and safe for all. He has no loitering signs posted in the parking lot and on the front door at the request of the FPD after former Chief Tolbert's protocols were put into place prohibiting gathering in parking lots. I believe there are plenty of ordinances and tools in place that should be considered before adding more to the list of unenforced ordinances. He has security cameras and state-of-the-art lighting in the parking lots to discourage gatherings, and he has protocols in place to ensure the property, the employees, and the customers are safe. We have instructed our employees to call 911 when their safety or those of the customers are at risk. We do not encourage nor like when people gather, tailgate, or do anything other than use the store or parking lot for anything other than to purchase needed goods. We believe there are ways the police department, local agencies, and our store can partner together to help diffuse criminal behavior in the city. By limiting business hours, you are unfairly limiting our success as a business, guaranteeing layoffs, terminations of employees, and creating a vacant parking lot and a building that will be a target for more criminal activity. And that is the end of the 3 minutes on that one.
Thank you.
Dear council members, this is from Kathy Saunders. Today we are writing to speak out against allowing a business in our residential neighborhood. The house at 1702 Kenwood is zoned A1 single-family residence. Woodcroft neighborhood, of which 1702 Kenwood is part of, does not lend itself to businesses per City of Flint ordinances. The residents of this neighborhood have and continue to keep our neighborhood kept up, clean, and inviting to families, people who want to live in the city in a residential area. Having a business in our neighborhood will change the makeup of the area. We worry that the additional traffic in and out of the neighborhood from a business will impact the feel of the neighborhood. We ask that the members of the council please not allow a business at 1702 Kenwood as the city ordinance stipulates. Thank you for your consideration. Kathy Saunders, Sandra Hodges, on Lincoln Drive. Allison Mayer, 6th Ward. I'm writing in regards to the missing decorative lighting which are in Herb's Ward 6, Allen's Ward 8, and Jerry's Ward 5. These decorative street lights lining the streets from I-69 at Hammerberg Road to Kettering University down Chevrolet Avenue have not been fully operational in several years, and Suzanne Wilcox no longer responds to phone or email inquiries. The corner at Fox, Glenwood, and Chevrolet is pitch black because 4 are downed right there. The corner of Miller and West Court isn't much better with 3 downed lamps. There are about 10 lamps total that are missing in this vicinity, which is home to 7 schools and is basically a giant school zone from Southwestern Academy to Durant, Turimont, and Educare. Don't children and college students deserve safe, illuminated streets? I'd like to welcome Chief Terrence Green aboard. He seems like a truly remarkable and compassionate man. Great hire, Mayor Neely. One request. Can Flint and State Police please start speeding enforcement in this area? We haven't seen someone pulled over for speeding in well over 10 years. There are digital miles per hour signs in these 35-mile-an-hour school zones showing psychopaths blast past them at speeds in excess of 75 miles an hour all day, all night on Miller, Hammerberg, West Court, Chevrolet, University. In addition, ignoring red lights and passing around double-line zones. In a suburb, reckless driving in a school zone gets you arrested and your car impounded. Why do we have to live like this? No area is more important than the next in this city. However, this area contains the highest concentration of students in the city. God forbid one of these maniacs kills a child walking to school or waiting for their bus, or an elderly couple walking the crim route. These drivers have already destroyed over 100,000 decorative street lamps mentioned above, and I fully support the 9 p.m. closure of liquor stores and gas stations. Nothing will do more to quiet down neighborhoods. These stores fuel all-night chaos. Thank you all, and God bless you all. Allison. The next one is from William Harris. I am writing this email because I am requesting an inquiry and perhaps an answer when it comes to connecting to city property. The issue is that concrete was poured to connect a ramp to the city sidewalk. Correct me if I am wrong, but should you not have a permit to do this? Also, isn't this in violation of additional city ordinances when it comes to how much front yard a house is supposed to have? And should not a separate letter sent to the residences in a particular yardage around the house be contacted for this addition as well? I look forward to your answer in regards to my inquiry. William Craig Harris, Jr. on Colfax Avenue. Next is from Elise Bell. Dear City Council, I'm Elise in the Fifth. The lovely Jerry Winfrey Carter is our council person. Motivated to write tonight because I saw on NBC 25, ABC 12, and the Detroit Free Press that you're going to close down stores at an earlier hour. Just want to say thank you, but please put it in writing. We want action, not just talk. Thank you to Alan Griggs, Maurice Davis, Angela Wheeler, and Mayor Neely for the efforts on this thus far. In addition to the crime, please be mindful of all the loitering, narcotic trafficking, shooting, fights, drag racing, booming audio systems, arguments, addictions, junk food, EBT rackets, and the litter and trash these stores stoke. It is so much worse than just the 911 calls show. Nobody wants to live near these stores. Closing them at an earlier hour will help residential property values and encourage people to relocate to the city. Can the city consider having a blight crew or hire a landscaping company to clean up I-69 and I-475 through Flint? Everyone makes remarks about how nasty it looks right when you enter the city of Flint. Flint Township, Grand Blanc, and Davison have landscaping companies mowing and maintaining their exits. We should do the same. Bid it out so they can begin first thing in the spring. It makes such a difference in the perception and optics of the city. Also, why have we stopped enforcing the no parking on the front lawn ordinance? It's so depressing and looks like the city has given up hope. My husband and I graduated from Michigan State in East Lansing, and they would write tickets for this, which were enforced by the local court, and then tow your car if not moved within 24 hours, period. In the end, nobody does it because they know it's not allowed. It seems quite easy for us to replicate East Lansing's ordinances, to have the teeth to clean up the city and get residents to elevate the city's perception. This downtrodden, low-class vibe is so sad. Bless you all, Elise. The next one is for Veronica, Ward 2. This comment is dedicated to Maurice and Beverly Davis. Thank you both so very much for all you do to clean up Civic Park and all the insights and happiness you all give us every Saturday on Blues and News. Blues and News is the hottest live podcast on Facebook. If you're not tuning in, you're missing out every Saturday morning. And now Maurice is viral around the world. Good on him for being an independent thinker and not being a sellout, taking that Democrat street money like every other person in this town. Don't ever let them intimidate you or make you fall in line, Maurice and Beverly. Leaders lead. And get them rich millionaire blood-sucking stores closed at sunset for all I care. They have preyed on black folks in Flint for decades. That chapter needs to end now. Thank you for indulging. Veronica, Ward 2. The next one is from Claudia in Ward 3. Just a note from Ward 3 in support of closing gas stations and liquor stores at 9 p.m. Nothing will do more to improve all sides of Flint immediately. And best of all, it's free. Doesn't cost us a cent. And spare me the tax losses. Most of these sketchy stores dodge taxes, and they are a cancer that lowers all our residential tax values. And is it true that our councilman, Santino Guerra, just became a full-time sworn-in cop at the Sheriff's Department? If true, congratulations. And I hope Santino can confirm and maybe share what drew him into law enforcement. Did he do a police academy and everything over the summer? Really, really cool and such an inspiring route for all the youth in this city. God bless you, Mr. Guerra. Be well, Claudia. The next one is from James Jonas. Dear Flint City Council members, work continues at the referenced address. He's talking about proposed elder care facility for 1702 Kenwood in Woodcroft. Last week, a crew arrived to pour a cement walkway tying the wheelchair ramp to the sidewalk. If this work was done like all the other recent renovations completed, then it was done with no permit. There are also roof trusses sitting in the driveway, which is just one more indication that final design does not conform with the initial request. Residents have dug into the extent of the renovations, looked into the request for a variance to the side yard, and it is clear that upgrades made are far more extensive than was originally requested. The City of Flint representatives who are elected to represent the residents were either duped by Lynn Sorensen and her husband Terry Bankert or did not care due to a friendly relationship with this couple. It has been well established that Alan Griggs does not live in Ward 8, which he represents, but he is also a personal friend of Sorensen Bankert. Based on this, he must recuse himself from all matters pertaining to the elder care facility. Council members Fields and Worthing should also recuse themselves based on their hostile public comments made against Woodcroft 1 residents who have raised legitimate concerns. The word on the street is that Councilmember Guerra is no longer a resident of Flint. If this is true, he should not be voting on this matter but should resign his seat. Residents recently submitted a very detailed letter to City Council. We included attachments in an effort to show our claims are not without merit. We have done the work which should have been done by the Planning Commission and our elected representatives. As neighbors living in close proximity to this facility, we want an update and status report on the actions requested in our letter. Thank you, Jim Jonas, Radcliffe Avenue. And this is from Tamara Harris, 1st Ward. Eric Mays is my councilman, and if he doesn't support closing stores at 9 p.m., we're going to have to toss him out of office next summer. Don't play with us, Eric. Ain't nobody buying Pampers, Gerber, and milk at liquor stores and gas stations past dark. Everyone in Ward 1 hates these parasitic stores and racist owners. Selling roses in a glass and Brillo pads, which are for crack and meth smoking, by the way, among all kinds of other predatory practices. Eric, last week you said you had a partnership with these store owners. Well, here's how a partnership with liquor store and gas stations ended in Toledo, Ohio early this year. Title, FBI arrests 4 Toledo City Council members on bribery charges. And then she quotes, Tuesday, the FBI arrested 4 members of City Council on bribery charges following a 2-year investigation. Toledo attorney Keith Mitchell also stands accused of helping to funnel thousands of dollars in bribes from gas station and convenience store owners. End of quote. And then she includes a link. Shut them down. We all know Wood and all the other crooks ruined Flint selling us out to these store owners. Enough is enough. Neely and the current council can finally reverse it all. Tamara. And that is the last comment. Madam President.
Thank you so much. And so that brings us to council response. Councilman Mays, I'll start with you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'll first quickly respond to the 1st Ward person that communicated as it relates to partnerships and bribery. You know, a lot of times people get a bad rap, particularly politicians, black council people, and whatever. I can assure you, I did not raise the issue about closing gas station and liquor stores. I have the right to disagree with you as a voter, whether you ever vote for me or not. I don't know what the majority of the people in the 1st Ward think. I do know for a fact that people buy bread, milk, Pampers all times of night, don't have cars. I buy bread, milk, juice, chips. Everybody ain't going to the corner store for liquor. And if you want to look at whether you can control liquor sales shut down, that's what committee meetings is about. I don't appreciate you implying. I don't care who get arrested in Toledo. I don't care if Rizzo, the garbage people, get arrested. I've been arrested for a variety of things. I'm not in no bribery or with no corner store. But for gas station and liquor stores, I agree with Officer Metcalf. You don't know what will end up boarded up. You don't know what will end up closed. And I'm knowing that 6 council people voted no to put about 7 more cars per shift. Because, Ms. Harris, when you call the police to your house, and it ain't a liquor store, you want one. It's some other issues There's some other issues. Everybody ain't as smart or dumb as you think, and I ain't saying you do. So let me wrap up by saying, Ms. Harris, keep the faith. The Kenwood issue will be discussed and all the other issues, even the liquor stores. But I responded to you, and God bless you, love you. I just disagree with you.
Councilman Davis?
Thank you for indulging, Madam Chair. This is going to be hard to do in 2 minutes, but I'm going to try my best. Ms. Veronica, I thank you so much for all your accolades. And we did happen to go viral on an incident. God stepped in on behalf of the city of Flint, not just the second ward this time. I've been in front of about 150 million people this week and a few more soon. But I'll say this, God made so that I got a personal meeting with Vice President Pence as well as Mr. Trump, personal. The subject is the struggles of the residents of Flint. They think the water crisis is over. No, we need home repair. We need stipulations removed. It's a lot of help and a lot of work to be done in this city. Now, it's 91% of black folks that voted Democrat. I am a Democrat. Mr. A.C. Dumas said on 1420 that I was not. I voted last 4 years ago for President Hillary Clinton. But this go around, I decided, since Mr. Biden said I'm not black unless I vote Democrat, I'm going with Mr. Trump. I'm putting it on record. Why? Because somebody better stand up while it's still people living, people dying every day. We're struggling.
Wow.
We got blight and liquor everywhere we go. And we really need somebody to stand still. The water's still poisoned. So my job is this. You're right. I did not take crumbs. Nobody paying me a dime. If they tried to pay me, I promise you I wouldn't take a penny. So what am I doing? I'm standing up strong for the city of Flint, all of the city of Flint. The media poisoned Trump like this virus. I done been in intensive care with the coronavirus. This is a worldwide plague. It's a Chinese plague, and people lied on him. Let me tell you, we got Flint back on the spotlight. We're going to keep it there. But I hope black folks quit crucifying me, hang me on the cross for trying to help all of the poor people, because I'm not so much strong. Middle class and rich could stand up on their own. But the voiceless, the ones that's in these lines for 4 hours, that's not fair. Send a stipend. I'm going to make sure I already did drive the point home to Mr. Pence today. Mr. Trump the other day. Let me tell you something. I'm wrapping up, Madam Chair. I'm wrapping up. But I want to say this. Flint, stand a little bit longer. When I do all I know to do, just stand. God stepped in on our behalf, and the devil and the hell can't stop it. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you.
Wow, for him to go on record like that.
Mr. Garrett, can you please mute? If you guys are on the part of the executive team, please mute your phone if you're not speaking. Janelle, please mute if you know who those are.
I will.
Thank you.
Hello?
Mr. Guerra?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, you just got really quiet. Yeah, but so I just wanted to say just a quick reminder to the resident that asked where I live. I still live in the same neighborhood I grew up in here in the third ward, which is exactly where I'm sitting at right now on this council meeting. And I know that's kind of been a rumor since I started, so I'm there to answer that question. And the other one, the resident asked if I started full-time at the sheriff's office. That's true. I did start full-time at the sheriff's office as well, alongside with the city council. And for that question, to answer how I got involved with that, I went to college to get my bachelor's degree in criminal justice, so thanks for the compliment there. And as always, residents, I always encourage you to reach out if you ever have any questions or comments to my office, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. Thanks.
Ms. Fields?
Yes. I'd like to speak to the people who are complaining about the residential home in their neighborhood. Once again, I want to point out that we go by the law, and our current zoning and state law permits this business in that residential area. The only way, so what they are doing, it is my understanding, is legal. Now, it is also my understanding that the City of Flint Building and Codes Inspection have responded to complaints that there have been changes made without permits, and they are following up on that. And they will follow their procedures for, you know, if there's been something done without permits that it has to occur, and if there are fines and penalties, fees, whatever, they will follow up on that. But I would say for the people who live there, who keep calling into council meetings complaining, you're kind of on the wrong track. Where you should be calling in is demanding that the new zoning laws be brought to council for review and discussion and revision if necessary, and then those changes can be made. Currently, I believe everybody is within their legal rights, so there is nothing that council can do about it. It's not that I am unsympathetic, it's just that we all have to follow the law. And even though you don't like the current law, we have to follow the law. If you want to get it changed, well then insist that we get the zoning ordinance before us. I'd also like to make a referral request to our own council members. I would like to see the ordinance that talks about parking cars on lawns, because it's my understanding that the NSO officers will go in and ticket and incite, but I believe they have up to 14 days before they have to remove that car, before it can be towed. So I would like us to look at that and perhaps revise that and make it a shorter time period. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam President. I would also like to speak on the point made about cars parked on the lawn. We will have a special order today with the neighborhood safety officers. And to your point, Councilwoman Fields, we will, I'm hoping that we can discuss that ordinance as far as ticketing these cars that's parked on the lawns and everything else that we need to talk about that the neighborhood safety officers are responsible for. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Winfrey.
Thank you, Madam President. And to, I believe it was our constituent in the first ward. I believe in partnerships, and I don't believe that just because there is a partnership, someone is being bribed. In the work that I do every day, I rely on partnerships so that I can help families. I've been on this council. I've been in the work world, thank God, for over 30 years, and hopefully if he allows me to see May, I'll end all of that. I plan on retiring, but I've relied on partnerships for those years to enable me to serve people better. I have never, ever been the person who has taken a bribe, and I don't plan on starting now. So I actually issued a challenge to my colleagues that let's talk to these store owners so that we can tell them what our people are saying, and then we can talk about how they can be better merchants, store owners in the wards, in these various wards, in all quadrants of the city. I think that's healthy. Now, you're going to have some bad players who just not going to do whatever they're supposed to do to make neighborhoods safer, and those are the ones that we need to target. When I talk about, when Officer Metcalf talked about his store, I know where his store is, and I've been there, and he does operate a good business, and I ain't saying it because he's a police officer. I'm saying it because I've been there, and he does operate a good business. And so there are neighborhood store owners that operate business and want to do well for the community across the quadrants of the city. But I think that these bad apples those folks that just don't care about the community and who wants to come in and make their profits and create their markets and then get out and do nothing. Those are the ones that we should be after. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilman Griggs?
First to Ms. Bell, thank you for your compliment. To Mr. Jonas, with respect to your complaint about me in your call-in and your email, I don't disregard anyone in Woodcroft. Your issue really isn't with me. You're wasting your time by defaming me. Your issue is with the zoning department. You need to look at the zoning rules. There's nothing I can do to make your zoning rules any better. They're there, and they're waiting to be approved now for 7 years. And Ms. Hodge, I cannot imagine increased traffic to an assisted living home that allows no more than 6 people. That complexes me. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Councilwoman Worthing.
Ellen still has us there. Oh, well, maybe not.
Oops.
Hello, is Councilwoman Worthing, are you there?
I am. I'm just laughing because it was hard to talk. Alan's clock was going off. The only thing I have to say is, well, actually I have 2 things. One, the liquor stores, I don't understand why council members would not want to limit that. Mothers who are buying diapers and all of that, they're not the ones loitering. They're not the ones creating the problem. So maybe that might happen, but we mothers are usually on top of stuff, and we have extras. I think it's more of a problem to keep those open. And I'm going to side with the people, not the business owners. And so that's what I'm about. And secondly, to the 8th Ward residents that keep complaining about that home, Ms. Fields had already said it perfectly. Yes, you are wasting our time because it's not something that we can take care of for you. I mean, we say this multiple times, and yet you still threaten recalls, and you're very upset. I get that you're upset, but there's nothing that we can do for you. They are within the law. And so unless you want us to change the law and ordinances for you, then they are well within their right to have a senior care facility there. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Before I speak, one of the constituents was not given the opportunity to speak. And so, Janelle and Javina, do you have the person?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can you let her speak, please?
Yes, she's been unmuted.
Miss Moore, can you hear me? Your phone is coming across broken. I don't know if it's where you are, but you're going in and out as you're trying to speak. So, Janelle, will you start her time over? Ms.
Yes,
Moore,
ma'am.
are you there? Ms. Moore, your phone is not projecting very well.
Let me move. Let me switch phones. Hello? Can you hear me better?
Nope, it's not better, but you can try. It's not better, though.
Okay, like I said, my name is Barbara Moore. Are you hearing me any better?
Yeah, Ms. Moore, are you near a TV or something? I don't have
a TV on.
I'm sorry, it's not coming across well, but you can go ahead and spend your time. Janelle, you have her.
Can you hear me better?
It's not coming across clear at all.
I don't understand. I'm talking to my phone. I'm not talking to my cell phone.
I don't know, ma'am. I'm sorry. So you can go ahead and try.
Okay, like I said, first of all, I'd like to say God works in mysterious ways. I wasn't able to speak during the normal public speaking session, but I'm glad that I wasn't able to speak because it gave me a chance to hear Ms. Worthing contradict herself. Now, she voted no for the special order for Councilman Davis, only because he voted yes, not to agree with Councilman Davis. So for her to say that she's in agreement with the hours being cut for the stores, but she wasn't in agreement with Councilman Davis, who originally introduced it, but she's in agreement with Councilman Griggs on the same matter. You know, so that contradicts that. And another thing I want to say is 17 those residents are just as important as anybody else. And to try to get to the special order for Councilman Mays implemented and act like it's about nothing, I mean, that hurts me. Sounds like I said, those people are just as important as anybody else.
Ms. Moore, we can't make out anything you're saying. Very few pieces that you're saying are being audibly able to be interpreted what you're saying.
Well, I really hate that because what I'm saying is very important.
Yep, and I can understand a little bit of what you're saying, but
I sent you a text message to let you know I wasn't able to.
Yeah, but you know what, Miss Moore, I'm not able to just text between people. I'm sharing
I'm not telling anything negative.
And that's why I made sure that you had information. The girl said that they missed you, but what I'm saying to you is I didn't even understand what you said.
And I called back in on my cell phone.
Call back in on your cell phone?
Right. I'm on my home phone now. Can I call right back on my cell phone?
You need to do it right now while you're on the line.
Do it right now.
You guys, we're just going to take one moment for Miss Moore. She's committed to listening, and I ask for your indulgence for her. She was the girls sent me a text. They had missed her by accident. Janelle, tell me when you have her. Okay. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that took the time. I hope that my colleagues will. We would all do a better job at respecting each other's position and know that the voice of the 8th ward, the 7th, all wards are very important. And so I just hope that we'll be careful in the tone that we speak to our constituent base. And so go ahead, Ms. Moore.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Much better.
Okay. Okay, and it's nothing against you, Miss Galloway. When I said that I text you, I was texting you in order not to call you and interrupt that way. And after I didn't get a response from you, I tried to call the city council number, wasn't able to get through there. So
don't worry, just go ahead and take your time. You're all good.
Okay. But what I'm saying, God works in mysterious ways, because originally I had things to say, but I had the opportunity to listen to Ms. Worthing with her contradictory statements. Now, she voted no, not to support the special order for Councilman Davis, who's trying to implement having the hours cut for the liquor stores. But she's willing to support Councilman Griggs in the same aspect. And she's saying as a mother, she's concerned about the stores being open past certain hours. So why vote no when Councilman Davis is trying to introduce his? But I know why she did it, because the fact that he didn't support Council Lady Fields in her effort to dismiss the ordinance or the order 200394 for 1720 Kenwood that Councilman Mays had implemented. So, it's like it's a get back thing, and those residents are just as important as anybody else. So to minimize and say that we wasted all this time on them, it's not about that. And I watched that meeting that they had when Ms. Sorensen and Attorney Bankert were there, and they had an attitude, it's nothing you can do about it, nothing you can do about it. And as far as Ms. Worthing is saying that no laws were broken, that's not true. Why did they get cited? Because they didn't pull the work orders. They didn't get no permits. They did what they wanted to do because they thought they could do it and get away with it. So a law is a law, and there's no little bitty break of the law or a big break of the law. If you break it, you break it, and you suffer the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that
Madam Chair.
That brings us, who is that?
Madam Chair. That's Ms. Worthing.
That's Ms. Worthing. We are done with public comment. And
yeah, I know. You allowed, I would like to just respond to that. You allowed someone
You
to
will not.
speak
Councilwoman Worthing, you will not. You will not. That is in violation of our council rules. And so,
Ms. Galloway, can I please say something?
No, Councilwoman Worthing, you are being disruptive, and you are being argumentative. And so we are at the next change on the council agenda.
Madam President,
You know what? You are removed because you are disrupting this meeting, and we're not going to play with you, Ms. Worthing. You had your one chance. How are you appealing, Ms. Worthing?
You said I was removed from the meeting.
Councilwoman Worthing, what I'm telling you is you're being argumentative and disruptive. And so you received one warning, ma'am. Your time is up. Everyone got their 2 minutes, and now we are at our next change in the council agenda, which is the emergency ordinance for the marijuana. And so, Councilman May.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Madam Chair, I did not hear you warn Ms. Worthing prior to removing her. No, I did not hear that.
I just warned her now. How about that? And she's not removed. Did you hear me tell the staff? So she has received her one warning, Ms. Fields, and we are now at the emergency ordinance. Councilman Mays, you requested that change.
Yeah, Madam President, I would move that we adopt this emergency ordinance.
There's a motion to adopt the emergency ordinance. Is there support for that motion?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Davis, Councilman Davis, I'm sorry.
I second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Janelle, please record. Is there any discussion?
Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, I would urge that we pass this ordinance right now here today. It expired from before we left a gap open that shouldn't be open, in my opinion, as the Planning Commission continues to do its work based upon the emergency ordinance. We shouldn't have left the gap open based upon, the delay that we've had legislatively as it relates to the discussions and or implementation of the permanent ordinance that a lot of people worked on. So I would encourage my colleagues, and I appreciate the moving it to the front of the meeting, to just let's go ahead and vote. And in this 60-day period, let's see if we can schedule a serious discussion as it relates to the overall ordinance and its movement thereof.
Thank you, sir. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Councilman Davis?
Thanks for indulging. I just want a little clarification on the ordinance. Now, this is just an ordinance just put in place as far as the rules of the marijuana deal, look like to me. the business occupation generally, yada, yada, 60-day emergency opt. Yeah, I see it. I got it. I'm fine. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call on the emergency ordinance passing.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. The emergency ordinance passes. That brings us to the executive closed session portion. Attorney Wheeler.
The city attorney's office requests to go into executive session for purposes of discussing pending litigation or matters that are exempted based on the state law. And since having an open session would have a detrimental effect, we would request to go into closed session on the following matters. Flint water cases, case number 5:16 CV 10444 JEL MKM. Also, Goyette Mechanical versus City of Flint 19-113 310 CK, 12 versus City of Flint, 12 CV 13 808 AJC MAM, Janice Adams damage claim, which is for anticipation of litigation. Thank you.
Attorney Wheeler, can we separate these vote on these separate?
It's the pleasure of the council.
Okay. I'd like to ask my colleagues to separate the motion. I'd like the Flint water crisis to be separated from the other cases. If you'll indulge, Councilwoman Fields.
I would be happy to make that motion, but I need Ms. Donahue to email me the new numbers to call into the executive session. Meanwhile, I will make the motion.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councilman Mays? Councilman.
You and Ms. Fields was the sticklers on making motions before you start talking. I advised against it, and I'm just doing a point. What rule are we going by? I don't think it is a rule where y'all discipline me like she doing now.
We're not discussing. I asked a simple as the chair, and the fact that we have 4 different executive discussions in one, and that's proper, Councilman Mays. There was no discussion. I made a simple request. You turned it into a discussion, and so
point of information.
What's your point of information?
So you saying she made a motion that's on the floor? Are we waiting for a second? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. Ms. Fields, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to have 2 executive sessions, one for the Flint water cases and the second session for all the other cases cited by the attorney.
Is there support for that motion? Is there support for that motion? Councilman Griggs?
I'll support.
Been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Well, I just wanted to say real quick, I was hoping that there would be 2 different, not in the same motion, but that's the way that it's on the floor. Councilman Mays and then Ms. Fields.
Yeah, Madam President, that's what I was thinking, a separate motion for the various ones. But, everybody got their own interpretation. It'll have something to do with how I vote because you still can't vote differently. I can't abstain on the same motion, and I can't vote don't want to vote yes or no on the same motion. So I would move to amend this motion and to vote on the water crisis separately and the others possibly separately or all together when we get there. And I so move.
That motion has been made. Is there a second for that?
Madam President?
Mr. Winfrey, Councilman Winfrey.
I support the motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Fields. Janelle, please report. Ms. Fields, and then Mr.
I have no problem with separating the motion because it's clear that on the first motion, the Flint water cases, this was determined last time that Mr. Mays can't be present in that executive session. But before we go into that session, once again, I need the numbers. And before we go into the session, I hope you will allow me to make the motion for the second executive session.
Thank you. Councilman Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, I hope you, the public, and Ms. Wheeler is listening. Normally, we say what's discussed inside of an executive session don't make it to the public. Ms. Fields just made it to the public that we discussed inside an executive session whether I would be allowed in. The way to properly say that, Ms. Fields, is to say nothing. And then I was going to handle that by letting it be known on the record that I was not in the executive session. And I could do that without discussing what was discussed inside the executive session. If you are so careless with the rules and the ethics and coming after folks constantly and steady violating them on the record, you ain't supposed to discuss what we discuss in executive session. Be smart enough to let me handle that, or if I don't handle it, you learn how to handle it without violating the law. That can trip me out. So, ma'am, if I was to be courteous to you as a colleague, I would say you spend so much of your time trying to, in my opinion, I could be wrong, front somebody, come at somebody, you a main violator, and then did it here on this record, discussing what was discussed inside of an executive session, but you more intelligent than I, and I know how to do it, and don't discuss what was discussed that you just divulged inside an executive session. I'm going to be able to talk about way more stuff in this water crisis than you, because I've been in it from the beginning, from Aaron Bocock to Aaron Brockovich, rather, to Robert Bocock, to Leanne Walters at my house, to listening at Mona Tisha when she spoke of the activists and water warriors, and I'm saying I'm not in competition with you. I'm doing some business. I brought lawyers in. I'm a plaintiff. I'm a councilman. I know how to do it without talking about what we talk about in executive session. You better, well, be careful, because they say if you live in a glass house, don't throw the first stone. And I keep saying, God bless you. It might make folk mad, but I believe in that. And I'm going to say it is real. Thank you, Madam President. I'll be voting to vote on them separate and know how to state my reasons.
Ms. Fields? Or did you already speak, Ms. Fields? Did you already get your chance, Ms. Fields?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So is there anyone else that has not spoken? Attorney Wheeler, I just have. So let me just make sure I'm clear. So the motion on the floor is to vote on the closed session for the Flint water case. That's what we're on right now. Is that correct?
That's what I heard.
Okay. Janelle and Davina, is that what you guys have for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to say for the record that I will not be taking part in that closed session. I will not be signing the required documentation. And the reason why I will not do it is because I share my colleague's statement. Of the 9 council people that currently sit here, I am one of 2 that has been here from the very beginning. In my opinion, because I understand totally confidentiality. I understand all of the rules surrounding a closed session. But what this document says to me is that I would in some way, and this is just me, I would in some way be negotiating with my oppressors, and I would be giving myself a gag order. And I won't do that. And all I could hear as I thought about this is I could hear somebody saying to me that by signing this, I don't have a right to remain silent. I will be forced to remain silent. And anything that I say can and will be used against me. I have a lot of information on this, and I refuse to go into any closed sessions to talk about anything in which if I hear something that I don't agree with, I cannot speak on. And so I will not allow my voice to be taken from me. I will stand on the sideline, but I want the public record to reflect that Councilwoman Galloway did not sign away her rights. Councilwoman Galloway did not go into a closed session. And so if and when Councilwoman Galloway hears anything about this water crisis, there's no way I did 5 minutes. If anybody says anything about my decision to not take away my voice, I assure you that I will not be silent, and I will fight with the constituents and myself for the injustice that was done. Is there anyone else that would like to speak about this closed session? If not, roll
Madam
call.
President.
Councilman Mays, this your second time?
Yeah, I was waiting to see if you was going to ask for that. I'm going to see what's being said, if any, in the second round.
Is there anyone else that has not spoken that would like to speak? Hearing none, Councilman Mays, you have the floor.
Yeah, Madam President, I'm going to say this. In the settlement that I heard from the media, and I'm glad not to be in a closed session, the majority of the voters, the adults, are left out of this. I've talked to lawyers. We can have objections. I know at one point we filed an intent to sue letter. And I've been saying for months, counter-sue the state, take the liability off of us. We was under emergency management. And now I can add pretty good after attorney fees. I can look at the settlement with the doctor at Michigan State, 300 people, 500 million. I ain't buying into that. This is the floor and the ceiling. That's a cliche, Mr. Davis, that Neely created. He was on the council with me and wasn't marching in the below-degree weather. I'm vested. I represent way more people. And if I can't go in closed session or open session and talk about it, I don't want the gag order and ain't going to get it. And don't need Ms. Fields to blow confidentiality because I know how to tell people on the record. Fix the minutes. I didn't go in closed session last week. It might have appeared it, but I didn't, and ain't going this week. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Councilman Davis?
Yes, thank you for indulging. I will be abstaining after executive session as well because I don't know enough, and this is new to my hearing, and I don't want to be gagged of something that's important to the residents of this city that suffered and suffering. I will not be forced into something I don't know nothing about. I don't know enough of it. And I don't know if it's the roof or the ceiling. I mean, the floor or the ceiling, but I tell you one thing, it's not nothing to play with, and I'm not going to shortchange. And I'm already talking to other people about trying to help Flint because we're not healed yet. We're not recovered yet. So I don't want to no kind of way shortchange myself, so I'll abstain out of that. I'm glad you opened your mouth. Thank you for indulging.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Wendy Carter.
I will not be going into the executive session, so I will be voting no for going into the executive session. Like Councilman Davis, I don't know enough about it. I do know this: $600 million. That's a slap in the face, and I will not settle for that. So I will not be going into the executive session. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Councilwoman Fields, this is your second time. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'd just like to point out to my colleagues that the way to get information about the lawsuit is to go into executive session. So basically, you're just limiting the information available to yourself, in my opinion.
Councilwoman Worthing?
Yeah. There's no negotiations. We're not the lawyers. We're just, and the reality is something we're signing.
Ms. Worthing, you're not coming across clear, so if you want to speak more into
okay,
the
can you hear me now?
We can absolutely hear you. Great, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Hold on a second. Yeah, the confidentiality agreement is just saying we're not going to share the information we receive with others. Every time we go into executive session, that's exactly the same process. It's just that we're not signing papers because usually it's not that sensitive. In this case, they wanted to make sure that we are not speaking and have that signature, but it doesn't change that we're not the lawyers in this case. We're not making decisions. We're just receiving information. And it's confusing me why people are refusing to go in and receive information. The only thing that you need to be held to is that you're not going to share the executive session. Nothing's changing from normal. But, you know, you can do you, and I'll be attending. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Davis.
I thank you for indulging. I'm thinking like this. At this time, I think the attorneys need to continue putting their heads together on this matter and make public, because it's not fair to them not to know anything when it's deadly and directly concerning the residents that's suffering with the water. So it's not fair to them not to know what we're talking about in that. Versus, it should be some kind of public opinion about it, or even whatever the word is, town hall, whatever it is. The public should know. So the attorneys might need to get together, because ain't no way in the world we should be gagged to talk about the water crisis here, because that's subject matter all over the world. And ain't nowhere in the world we should be gagged. We should be free to open our mouth. So why would I want to hear something that if I say something I could actually incriminate myself? That's not right. The public should be aware at this time or whatever, since it's preliminary and it's the beginning, unless it ain't ready for the council yet. When we get ready to move on it, the public should have some awareness of what we're moving on, and it's not in secrecy. It's not right. It's not right, public. And I thank you for indulging.
Yeah. This is Angela. Yes, Angela. Well, before you speak, Attorney Wheeler, I just want to say it's interesting that my colleague that speaks the loudest actually came on board when the crisis was coming to an end. We had already switched to another water source. And I'm just going to say to my colleagues, only 2 council people that currently sit of the 9 were here hearing testimony, was here when General Motors was taken offline because the water was damaging their engines. And so all I'm going to say to my colleagues is at this point, because of this water crisis and the fact that there has been no justice, I want you to refrain from taking a position against me. This confidential saying that you need to go into executive session to get information is a lie. In order to get that information, you must sign the confidentiality agreement. And once you sign that confidentiality agreement, you are bound by all restrictions. This is not the same, Ms. Worthing. This is not the same, which is exactly
point of information.
Why we're doing. What is your point of information?
Are you aware, Ms. Galloway, that it's not our city attorney that's insisting on signing this? It's the mediator in the case who is controlling that confidentiality agreement.
And is that a violation, Councilwoman Fields? You just continue to keep talking. I don't need you to tell me that, Ms. Fields. I am very well capable. What I'm saying to you is let my colleagues make the decision that is best for them. But until this community receives justice for the injustice that was done to us on the state level when we as legislators voted 7-1 to go back to the Detroit water line because of all of the impact of the Flint River, and were told by Jerry Ambrose that $12.5 million was money that we couldn't afford to go back, nobody is going to stop me from talking. I haven't even begun. And so, Ms. Fields, keep your comments to yourself. Feel confident to support your 4th Ward and those that you speak for. I'm just saying that I'm not going to be signing. And in order for me to get the information you're saying, I must sign a confidentiality clause. I am a legislator. I understand confidentiality, and this man is different, which is why they are making us sign legal documentation saying that. And if there's no other council person that wants to speak before I let Attorney Wheeler, you've already talked twice.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'd like to speak, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Worthing. This is your second time.
Okay, thank you. You know, I sat there and listened to you say that we should watch our tone when we speak to the residents. Yet, you just were screaming at me and Kate. You wouldn't allow me to even get the floor earlier. I just wanted to ask a question. I don't think you see the plank in your own eye. You sure can accuse others of exactly what you're doing, and I wasn't trying to be disruptive. I just wanted to speak and ask a question. And it seems to me that you're very quick to get angry and hostile when you think we have a different opinion. Simply put, there is no reason I believe that we should not go into this executive session to receive the information provided for us. I don't even understand your line of thinking, to be honest. I have no clue where you're going with this. But I certainly didn't say keep your comments to yourself, Miss Galloway. Do you see that? Do you see the difference between the tone and how you can say something politely and then how you can be really rude to your colleagues? I have a right to my opinion just as you have a right to yours. But there is just because you're chair doesn't mean you are the end-all, be-all, and it's all you, and anyone else that has a differing opinion is wrong and rude. I mean, you were so rude to Miss Fields just then, and she had a legitimate point of information. I don't know. I just hope we can get through this meeting without being so rude and condescending. Let's just be a chair and chair the meeting and not try to make it go our way. That's not the job of the chair, Ms. Galloway. Thank you.
Did a great job. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to discuss before we allow Attorney Wheeler to speak?
Madam President.
Mr. Winfrey.
Yes, I just want to say and to inform my colleagues that I will be going into the executive session. In my mind, it is different because I've been in many executive sessions in my tenure here on the council, and I've never signed a confidentiality agreement. One of the reasons that I'm going in, because I really have some issues with, as Councilman Mays said and one of my constituents said over the weekend, why is it that the seniors seem to have been left out of this lawsuit? I couldn't answer that question. And if I'm inside of an executive session, I understand what that means, and I realize that I can't discuss what goes on in that executive session, but it certainly doesn't preclude me from listening to other folks and hearing without comment. I've got sense enough how to do that. But I am skeptical as to why we have to sign a confidentiality agreement, even if I did sign it. It matters. It's really, to me, it means nothing because you can't discuss anything anyway in an executive session. But I need the information, and I don't want to get it from somebody else. I need to hear what these attorneys are saying for myself, because at some point I am going to be able to vote on it And based on how they're acting and what they say in these, and they meaning the attorneys, whatever they say in these executive sessions, it's going to depend on how it relates to the constituency that I serve. So I want to be there to get good information, and I want to also listen to my constituents. I can do that. I'm intelligent enough to do that without saying what happened in a closed session, and I really don't need a confidentiality agreement to help me to keep my mouth shut. You know, so I get what you're saying, and then this last thing, and then I'm done. I don't understand why is it that we have a problem when one of our colleagues chooses to do something or not. We all have the right to make our own decisions, and I don't have the right to tell if I can use, for example, Councilwoman Galloway said that she wasn't going to be attending, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter and others. I don't have the right to criticize your decisions. I should respect them. And I think that when we learn to respect one another's decisions, to do whatever they think is best for them, we'll be a better council person. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, sir. Is there someone else? Mr. Griggs?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Griggs, Mr. Griggs, go ahead.
I won't put my head in the sand on this one. I'm going into this executive session to simply protect my constituents and learn what I can. Thank you.
If there's nothing further,
point of order.
What's your point of order, Councilman?
Oh, was you asking for roll call?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
This is Angela. I asked to speak.
Oh, go ahead, Attorney.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
That was my point of order. This is a council debate. The rules say council people ask for speakers. I don't want nobody influencing this after final council debate.
So, vote on the roll call to go into executive session. Roll call, please. I already called for roll call, Mr. Guerra. Roll call, please.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No. Or I abstain for the reasons that it's a conflict. They tell me. I abstain for the reasons it's a conflict.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
No. Janelle, did you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. 5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
So the vote is 5 yes, 3 no, and 1 abstention. So the executive session for that is approved. Oh, is it?
No, point of order. It fails. It needs 6 votes.
It fails. You are right, Councilman May. So that brings us to the, is there a motion for the next executive order? Executive session?
Madam President.
Councilman
Angela.
Councilman Mays.
No, I'll yield to whatever, through you, Madam President, to Ms. Wheeler, if the council allow. I'm willing to hear what she has to say.
Attorney Wheeler.
I asked to speak before the vote, but was not allowed to. But I simply want to say one thing was about the vote, and that it takes 6 members, 2/3 of the members elect, which is 6, to go into a closed session. So therefore, we won't be able to share the information that we have as we would have in the normal closed session. And without divulging anything that we spoke of before, the concerns that you all have were addressed. And so I just wanted to mention that too. So I hope that in the future that we'll be able to have a discussion about this as we have on other cases, so we can talk about things that are in the interest of the city and the community. Thank you.
Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
Quick response, if I may, to Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler, I would say this to you, the public, the lawyers listening. I represent over 8,000 residents, in my opinion. They want me to know what's happening. They want me to be in the middle of it. I understand an alleged conflict of interest from somebody who's been in the middle of it and brought lawyers in, and I understand how people can talk in public without divulging sensitive matters. And so guess what? I understand how, things can be done as far as communications go. And so my position is this. If an executive session keep me from articulating for over 8,000 because I'm a plaintiff, if it's that important, I'll drop my claim as a plaintiff and come back on. But it ain't that important because there's ways to communicate. These lawyers, if they know I'm a plaintiff and a counsel person, they can talk directly to me. I don't know who represents the city, but they didn't file that intent to sue letter and then follow up with a counterclaim. So y'all might as well get ready, because I'm going to try to put it on the agenda for some public discussion, maybe a new business in this meeting or under council discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Councilwoman Fields.
I'd like to state on that last vote, it is unfortunate that it takes 6 votes to go into an...
Point of order. We are supposed to be on a motion to go into executive order on the rest of the cases. I'm so sorry. What are we doing?
I understand, Madam Chair, but unfortunately you allowed Mr. Mays to make a statement, and in all fairness, I think you can let me...
Ms. Fields, Councilman Mays, what's your point of order?
I would suggest we glance at the rules. A member has a certain period of time maybe to change their vote. Let's see what the rules say. Wouldn't that be a fair thing?
Councilman Mays, a person has a right to change their vote before the roll call, before the chair states the vote results. And so, but Ms. Fields, Councilman Mays had the floor, and Ms. Attorney Wheeler, he yielded to her. And so, but with all that being said, Ms. Fields, there needs to be a motion on the floor, and then you can talk about anything you'd like to talk about during, if you want to violate it, because you're the one that says germane, and so now a motion needs to be made so that we can start debate.
Madam Chair, I will make a motion under protest, but I do hope you will allow me to speak, even though what I'm going to say is germane to what just happened, because you did give Mr. Mays the ability to speak without making a motion. So you need to be fair here. If you're going to allow it for one, you need to allow it to the other. Madam Chair, I will make the motion. Are you ready?
Make the motion, Ms. Fields.
I make a motion to go into the second executive session to talk about the Goyette case, Welch versus City of Flint, and Janice Adams, as stated by our city attorney.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there support for that motion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Winfrey?
Yeah, I support the motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Ms. Fields, do you have any discussion?
Yes, I do. I just want to state to my colleagues that, it was stated that how important they think it is for someone to be able to have a special order. Well, the executive session on the Flint water cases is pretty darn important to be able to discuss because they're proposing a settlement. And I now am going to have to make a decision without any information from our attorneys regarding the settlement, which is ludicrous. So it's one thing if you don't wish to participate in executive session on this. For example, for all those who voted against it, Mr. Davis, Winfrey, yourself, and Mr. Mays, it's another thing to prevent other council people who do want the information before they vote on a settlement. So I would hope that, I don't know, after this motion, you'll allow me to make a motion to reconsider.
Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays? Oh, Mr.
Madam President.
Okay.
Councilman Mays, and then is that Mr. Councilman Winfrey?
Davis.
Okay. Councilman Mays, and then, no, actually, wait a minute. Yeah. Mays and then Davis. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam President, through you to Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler, did you state on the record when you was saying what the reason we're going into executive session? Is it because of pending litigation on this case?
Yes, under MCL 15.268E and also H.
Okay, I wanted that reflected in the record. I like it in the motion, but I'll support the motion on this to go into executive session. And Ms. Fields, I didn't call a point of order, point of information, didn't say nothing. Remember, you the one that say on a particular motion I should be Jermaine. I usually say I'm Jermaine, Tito, Marlon, and Jackie, but she was not germane to this motion, but it was allowed, no objections, not even for me, and I knew clearly what was going on. That's why we must be careful. You might not have liked not getting information. I did not like not being in my finance chair and vice president spot, but people do stuff people don't like because we can vote, we think in some cases, not in all cases, certain ways. And then we learn from our mistakes. The point is this. This is the arena. People represent their ward and the people they represent who look, listen, and we can vote and do how we choose for whatever particular situation. And you might be right, but in a lot of cases you could very well be wrong. And so bear with us as we help to run the particulars of this city and make decisions that affect people. I just don't believe that I'm going to put my hands or my fate for the water crisis in the hands of Pence and Trump. I'm not going to let them use me. I'm a Democrat. My constituents is Democrat. I'm going to try to settle this thing under Biden and Kamala Harris. They won't have me on no news talking a certain way. I'm not part of that base. I'm laughing because I don't care how it turned out. I'm loyal to where I come from and to my base. God bless the citizens of the city of Flint and all of the citizens of the United States of America.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councilman Davis. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging. You know what? Dealing with that water settlement, I don't know why this keeps dancing across my mind. I think it's out of all fairness, we need to have a public hearing to get the input of the residents. So when we do go into an executive session, we'll know what's on their heart and mind. After all, they're the one doing the suffering. We shouldn't keep them in the dark. So when we enter in, it'll be inclusive of their opinion of what should be said. I'm thinking that might be a big help to postpone this until a week or so or whatever, next meeting, and then have a hearing on it. And once they put even public comment, so they can hear a little back and forth. They blind. So I'm sure some concerns out there. And especially with maybe naming the city as a plaintiff, a defendant inside of there on taxes and everything else. There's some big concerns. And that's why I don't want to sign an affidavit to gag me.
What's your point of information?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
What's your point of information, Councilman Ray?
I was just going to ask through you, Madam Chair, to the Speaker, Mr. Davis. You realize that we done moved to this other executive order, but I hear you. Your buddy Kate started that.
And that's all I was answering, responding to Kate. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to discuss the going into closed session for the last three? Anyone else? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Ms. Worthing? Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Field? Ms. Fields?
Yes, and I believe Mr. Guerra said yes, not no.
I said
Yes,
yes.
you did.
Garrett said yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That takes us into executive session. Thank you.
Madam, I have no way to get in.
may cause sleeplessness, agitation, motivation, and a strong desire to get involved. In rare cases, some may experience euphoria, a sense of community, and a relief of futility. Some listeners have reported in-depth, informed conversations, a better understanding of diversity, and a strong desire to get along. Be warned that programming on WFOV 92.1 LPFM Flint is not for those prone to intolerance, prejudice, and or bigotry. Before ingesting WFOV 92.1 LPFM content, listeners are advised to seek the advice of community advocates, activists, and supporters. WFOV 92.1 LPFM Flint listeners are encouraged to do their own research and seek out opposing views.
And the strain on me. I see the cloud, know it's going down. I hear the thunder and I can smell another storm coming around. Said take shelter, you gon' need more than an umbrella. Ayy, twist up another Rillo, it'll be a long year. Haters in red form, hitmen out doing snitches like Calgon. It's cold outside, streets don't forget men. That's why we get murdered, the same hoods we live dent. My mind on the rebound like I was Big Ben. Stumble in the race, but it's all about finishing. I'm thinking dividends, structure and discipline. But see, it's always raining up in Michigan. But I can tread through the water, make it through the storm. And pray to God I see the sunshine in the morning. Hey.
Hello? I need to know if the council take action on the appointment for the DDA board yet.
They have not.
They have not, and that's still on this list. Is it?
I look up in the sky like Mother Nature just gon' spoil my July, but I still burn it down, can't spoil my high. I feel like Jada and Ann Hamilton, like why? Man, why the kids killing kids while my homie in the grave, little cousin in the pen, like damn, but Leone did it again. I done made it through the rain and torrential wind. It's on the south side every day, 4th of July. I could never tell a lie, them shots gon' fly. They might hit your situation, mess up your whole agenda. Some do it for fun, some do it for dinner. I hope it rain just to shield my tears, conquer my fears. Twist off another big cat, pour a little yak for the homies that moved on. And get your mind right, get ready for the storm. It used to be darkness, now I see light. Now I see light. See clearly through the night. I can see clearly. It used to be darkness, now I see light. What a bright night. I pray to the Lord that He give me sight. What a bright night. What a bright night. What a bright night.
Be heard. Our Voices Radio, WFOV 92.1, LP FM Flint.
Be heard. Start your own radio show today, 810-259-9789, right here on WFOV, 810-259-9789. That's 92.1 LP FM Flint. New Our Voices Radio. With programming like Sounds of Sobriety, Flint After Dark, Storytime for Children, Flint Fridays, Recovery Radio, Eclectic Ramblings, and more. Coming soon to WFOV. Volunteers are needed. Yes, you can volunteer for WFOV. Help us inform the community. Volunteer to record a government meeting, a school board meeting, a county commissioner meeting. We need field reporters. That's 810-259-9789. Our Voices Radio. WFOV, be heard. This is a test. WFOV 92.1 FM LP, a project of Flint Odyssey House. Now back to the music.
Oh, whew. It's 2 o'clock in the morning again. Sitting here thinking about you. And you know, it's always, when am I gonna get home to see you? hours, days, and nights. Whenever cover the sweet time with you. Cause being in your presence, I'm so in love with you. Baby, I'm back from all the places I've been. Baby, I'm back. You make me wanna say, baby, I'm back.
Hello. Hi, this is Nelson Sergeant with the City of Flint Police Department. I am just concerned. Are they going to be getting to the special orders regarding the neighborhood safety officers anytime soon?
Shantae.
Hey,
okay.
See that guy right there? Remember him? Mm-hmm. I think he doing something in church, man.
I'll give you a call when they get close.
Hey, man, drop a meme on that dude.
Okay,
Put him on
thank you.
Facebook.
Man, we gonna drop a dime on that, man. I don't like that.
All right.
George gonna be mine.
He keep trying to get people. He ain't even from Flint. He's from Frankenmuth.
Right.
I don't even like that, man. I don't appreciate that, man.
Trying to save people and crap,
Trying to
man.
get people saved. He probably stealing money just
I
like
heard
all
he
of
used to
us.
be a hot
Donna. Okay, she's not here. Listen, I want to say some nice things about Donna Taylor, the co-host of Eclectic Ramblings right here on WFOV 92.1 LPFM Flint. But I want you to make the decision. Listen in every Saturday at 1 p.m. for Eclectic Ramblings right here on WFOV 92.1 LPFM Flint. It's Our Voices Radio, determined to make a difference. Eclectic Ramblings, 1 p.m. Saturdays.
Reset. That photo looks staged.
Madam President, you have 8 on the line.
Thank you. We will bring this teleconferencing council call back to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays?
Present.
Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Mr. Guerra? Ms. Fields?
Present.
Ms. Woodford Carter?
Present.
Mr. Winfrey?
Present.
Mr. Galloway?
Present.
Mr. Griggs?
Present.
What was that? Mr. Griggs?
Yeah, I said present.
Okay. Ms. Worthing?
Present.
That's 7.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. That brings us to the presentation of minutes.
There is 1, yes.
Council? Hello,
Madam
Councilman.
President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, I would move the approval of minutes with any corrections.
There's a motion to approve the minutes October 21st, 2020 with any corrections. Is there support for that motion?
Madam President,
Councilman Winfrey?
I support the motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Councilman Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, those are the minutes that would reflect when we went in the executive session on the water crisis. Correct through you to Janelle. I want the record to kind of reflect that I didn't go in that executive session on the water crisis.
Okay. I will have to see if I can do that.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call on the minutes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
I honestly just came in. My phone was out. I don't know what the vote is, so I abstained because I'm not knowing what it was.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 1 abstention.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 abstention to accept the minutes from October 21st. That brings us to the public hearing, 200379.6. Is there someone to speak in the public hearing? Janelle?
I think we're going to unmute everyone, and then just, if you're not going to speak, just mute yourself, and the people that would like to speak.
Before you do that, Janelle.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to hear from Suzanne Wilcox and Amy Hovey, and then you can do that.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Suzanne, are you there? Janelle, is Suzanne here?
I am. I'm sorry, I was muted. I had to unmute in 2 places. I am here. Can you hear me?
That's okay. Yes, ma'am. Can you give some information on this public hearing, and if you have someone that would like to speak on?
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. What you have in front of you is the public hearing for the vacation of Island Street between Kersley and North Grand Traverse. It's part of the Riverfront Restoration Project, and tonight is the opportunity. This was approved by the Planning Commission, and as required by ordinance, once the Planning Commission approves it, then we're required to have a public hearing in front of the City Council before the street vacation can be adopted. So I do have Amy Hovey from representing Uptown Reinvestment Corporation on the line, and I thought it might be appropriate for her to provide some background on the project itself and the need for the street vacation. So if, with your approval, I'd like to ask her to present more details on the project before, as part of the public hearing process.
Thank you.
Amy,
Madam
can
Chair.
you hear?
Amy, are you there?
Amy?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Griggs?
Yes, I need to unmute her. I'm sorry.
Councilman Griggs,
Yeah, I'm not feeling well. I'm going to say good night to you.
good night.
Good night.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Okay, Ms. Hovey is unmuted.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. This is Amy Hovey. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys, the council tonight. This project is funded with a $500,000 EPA grant, and it's really all about green infrastructure for the most part. It's really to help create mechanisms on the site to prevent runoff into the river. The project is estimated to be able to divert about 2.3 million gallons of untreated storm water going into Saginaw Bay and Lake Huron annually through the Flint River and Swartz Creek. In addition to doing some green infrastructure, we will also be working on just kind of creating a nicer place for people to be able to visit on the river. There will be some interpretive signs kind of explaining the green infrastructure and what's happening. There will also be some benches. There'll be a Swartz Creek stair access on that side, so people can walk down and have easier access to the river for fishing, as well as putting in kayaks and canoes. And that's really the extent of the project. The street itself will turn into, will be repaved for part of it with a kind of a traffic circle so that people can park and have access to Swartz Creek and the Flint River there.
Thank you so much. And so, Janelle, now, if you will, open it up for the public hearing.
Yes, Arthur Woodson. Why are we giving away our city? Why are we giving away downtown? If EPA is giving money for runoff and all this and that, why the city can't get the money and do it themselves and we own our city? Who's going to own this street? That's the question. Who's going to own this street? That's just like Genesee Towers, where they sold the towers for $1, and then Dane Walling turned around and gave the private company $800,000 in community block grant to tear the building down when Flint could have did it themselves. Why are we giving away our city? We didn't already vacate one street before. Who's going to own this street? That's the question. Who owns this street? They own downtown. Quit giving away our city. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Anybody?
Hello?
Anybody?
Are you speaking? Paul, are you going through, why are you coming across very loud? Yeah, it sounds like you're dominating the thing, so. Janelle, do you have phone?
Do I what?
So is he on the same, he wants to speak. Is he the next person?
He would be if he wants to speak, yes.
Go ahead, Paul.
Would anyone else like to speak on this public hearing?
Would anyone else like to speak on this public hearing? Would anyone else like to speak on this public hearing? Would anyone else like to speak on this public hearing? This public hearing is closed.
Hello.
That brings us to the next public hearing.
200399.6.
And you
Suzanne
have some
Wilcox.
people on the line for this one?
I'm sorry?
You have some people on the line for this one, if they'd like to go ahead and speak?
Well, wait a minute. Suzanne, is Suzanne here, please?
I am. I'm on the call, and also Kelfani Stevens is on the call, and I believe the developer is on the call too. So this is for the OPRA, the Obsolete Properties Rehabilitation Act request for JNS Holdings, which is the Lapeer Road Ashley Furniture Store. And I would defer to Kelfani and to the developers to, if you would allow the same consideration for them to present a little bit more information on the project itself prior to the public hearing.
Absolutely. So we'll hear from Kelfani.
Good evening, Council. Kelfani Stevens here. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Council members, for allowing us to present tonight. Tonight we have with us members from JNS. We have Max Awad and Jose Judah. They have taken over the former Target store at 3701 Lapeer Road. They are going to turn it into a new showroom for Ashley Furniture. And we have staff has gone over this item. You first had this item come before you back in the spring to set a redevelopment district, and so the district has been set. We've negotiated with the client, and now they are coming in front of you to actually establish the obsolete property rehabilitation exemption. And what that will do is it will freeze the taxes where they are now, allowing them to put more money into the renovation of the store. And I will turn it over to them to tell you about their plan.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is
Hello.
Jose Judah.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for hearing us out today. So as Kalfani was telling you guys, we just purchased this building. We are working on rehabilitating the store itself, the shopping center, that area of Flint. That Flint center has been pretty run down. A lot of businesses have left there, and we are interested and hoping to re-prosper and re-energize that center by going in there. First of all, putting in our retail store, and then not just that, it's going to be the biggest furniture and warehouse for the state of Michigan itself. So anybody that wants to really purchase something and take it home right away, this is going to be the only store in Michigan that you're able to do that. That's why we went ahead and invested in such a larger space. And the advantage of being right off the highway is the advertising and the big billboard, so everybody sees us. The visibility is great. Along with purchasing this property, there's a lot that we have to reinvest. The property has been empty for a couple of years. The center has been empty for a couple of years, so there's a lot that we have to do to make it look pretty. We currently repaved the parking lot before it got cold. If you drive by on the highway, you see the difference. Just the parking lot alone being repaved, restriped. The building itself, we went ahead and painted before it gets cold also. So the building looks better. The center looks better. Right off the highway, it looks more appealing. We went ahead and paved actually the whole center, not just in front of our store, because we wanted to stand out. Next project is we're going to be working on the lighting so that the parking lot is not dark and gloomy. We're also going to be reinvesting inside the building itself. We're going to be remodeling. We want it to be a state-of-the-art showroom, a state-of-the-art warehouse, and pickup headquarters. It's going to be everything for our company, for our organization. Along with that, of course, we're going to be hiring. So we plan to hire over 50 new employees for this location, which will include everything from salespeople, customer service representatives, store manager, sales manager, warehouse staff, office staff. So we definitely look forward to hire at least 50 people for this store alone. That being said, with all the reinvesting and money that we're dishing into this building, so we're looking to have something with the tax fees, and we would really appreciate the city of Flint and for everybody to help us with this moving forward, to be able to continue to reinvest not only in the in this business itself or in this location, but in the city of Flint.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's a lot of background noise, so if you're not speaking, if you can mute your phones, that would be greatly appreciated. Now we will open it up for the public to speak on this public hearing. Janelle, if you can please mute the phones that have background noise, please.
Is there anyone that wanted to speak on this public hearing?
Yes.
Can you,
Can you hear me?
Please? Yes.
Arthur Woodson.
Janelle, wait 1 second. All right, please. Janelle, I know that we are trying to have everyone unmuted, but it is taken away from the integrity of the record.
Okay, I'm going to mute the people that are making the noise, and then I will unmute you later, and if there's still noise, I'll mute you again.
That sounds perfect. And then as soon as you do that, Mr. Woodson, you can go ahead and speak. Thank you, sir, for your patience.
Okay, here we go again with these Oprahs again, giving people tax breaks. We need tax breaks on the north side. So I'm going to tell everybody on the north side that own barbershops, Don Donuts, and everybody else to come down and put in an Oprah so that they can get tax breaks too. They have to pay, and they have more people working from the city of Flint than any of these companies or businesses that y'all done gave Oprahs to. Why do we have to keep on giving them 12-year Oprahs? I mean, come on, man. We don't have no revenue generating. So why not just give them a 2-year Oprah, let them regain their funds that they didn't invest in? And then, I mean, you don't even have a community, a community benefits agreement. How many people are they going to hire from Flint? Well, how is it? Well, let me put it like this. We need to go down to Detroit and find out how were they able to force Chrysler to hire 4,100 people from Detroit. We need to find that out because these businesses are not hiring people from Flint. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, I'd like to speak on that.
Go ahead, please. Oh, yeah, please say your name for the record.
This is Jose Judah again, the CEO. I just spoke on behalf of our company.
Wait, Mr. Judah, no. So, Janelle, can you please, once the public starts speaking, we as a council don't go back and forth, nor do the developers. So, if you would just allow, that's okay. Nope, that's okay. And so, next public speaker, please.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this public hearing? Anyone that would like to speak on this public hearing?
So, is there anyone else that would like to speak on this public hearing? Anyone else that would like to speak on this public hearing? Anyone else that would like to speak on this public hearing?
Point of order, Madam President. Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councilman Mays?
Yeah, let the developer speak on the public hearing record, whether he go back and forth or not, but give him one opportunity.
Councilman Mays,
close it out.
When you say point of order, where are you getting that from? We're not going to go back. It is a public hearing, and he had the opportunity to speak before. The public hearing is closed, and so now we are going to move on.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's an appeal of the decision of the chair on the floor. Is there support for that? There's an appeal of the decision of the chair on the floor. Is there support for that? There's an appeal of the decision of the chair on the floor. Is there support for that? The appeal dies for a lack of a second. That brings us to petitions and unofficial communications.
Yes, ma'am, we have one.
Communications from mayor and other city officials.
We have one.
Any additional communications?
No, ma'am.
That brings us to appointments. Did my colleagues receive the email that was sent from Gerard?
No, what did it say?
It gave a list of the people that were on the board, but it didn't give their addresses. And so, according to this, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 board members. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that are City of Flint. According to the charter, 3/4 of the board members need to be residents of the City of Flint. 3/4 is 8.2, which means you round up to 9 because the city doesn't get less. And so right now, based on the number of people that are on here, this board has two members over that don't live in the City of Flint. And so,
Madam President,
Councilman Mays.
who is Gerard? Is that the chairman or the director of the DDA?
I believe he's the director of the DDA.
Okay, so I would move to table this into the next council meeting.
There's a motion to table the reappointment of Robert C. Kittle to the next council meeting. Is there support for that motion?
Madam President?
Councilman Winfrey, sorry.
Yes, I support the motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
Under the rules of these city appointments and the way that we moving through appointments and different business of the city, I hope that gives the administration or any council person, including myself, time to see if we want to drop this or continue to postpone it. So I'll work with that. And if I have to make a decision in between meetings, I will. But I'll be voting to postpone it for now.
Is there any further discussion from my colleagues?
Madam Chair?
Councilwoman Fields?
I just wonder if the administration feels there's some compelling reason why Mr. Cattell, who lives in Grand Blanc, apparently needs to be appointed to this board. I'd like to hear from Clyde Edwards.
Mr. Edwards, are you there?
Yes, I am. As far as I can tell, I'm just going to give you what I understand about the situation. It's more the reappointment stands around his, knowledge of the DDA board and his understanding of policies and practices and his engagement as a invested person in that particular body.
Ms. Fields?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion from any of my other colleagues? Any of my other colleagues? So, I'm sorry. Clive, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
So, Clive, according to the documentation that we've been provided, the first two reappointments to this DDA board are showing that their terms actually expired in 2006, but they've continued to serve. And so my question to the administration is before we come to if this is postponed, which it should, because unless this council is willing to vote to violate the charter, and I think that this is another situation in which we find ourselves in a challenging situation, because the question becomes, what are we defining as compelling reasons? And so I would like for the administration to share, or not maybe, I'd like to do a referral to our staff that we can find out what the terms of the rest of the board is, and if we have to decide, are we just going to say compelling reasons as someone's years of experience on the DDA board, and what does the DDA board do? So that would be something that I'd be looking forward to, because it seems like we just approved, I think, the Flint ones, but we postponed the other ones. So if we can find out the expiration time for Greg Vienna, I don't know if he was just appointed, and then we have a John Gazelle, who is Flint Township, and then we have Lewis Hawkins. And unfortunately, we find ourselves in a situation where if we had 12, they would be allowed to have 3, but we only have 11. So to have 3 would violate the charter. And so, if we could have that information for the next meeting, that would be great for me. And so, roll call on the postponement of this reappointment.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra? Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs? Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's right. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no to postpone this reappointment. That brings us to the next reappointment of Lewis Hawkins, who is also a Grand Blanc resident. And I understand that Mr. Hawkins is on the line. Should we need to hear from him, then we can do that. But this falls under the same line. What is the body's direction?
Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, I would move to postpone this to the next meeting.
There's a motion to postpone to the next meeting. Is there support for that motion? Is there support for that motion?
Madam President,
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
I support that motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Fields.
I would like to know, and I'm not sure if we should ask Mr. Hawkins or who, but I'd like to know if, since these had expired in 2006, whether the DDA has been meeting and whether they have enough members to make quorum, and what is their quorum number?
So can you unmute Mr. Hawkins to answer those questions?
Yes, he's unmuted.
Thank you. Hello, welcome to our meeting, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Did you get to hear Ms. Fields' question, or would you like her to restate it? Can you guys mute your phones if you're not speaking, Councilman Mays?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, did you hear Councilwoman Fields' question?
I did hear her question, and I tell you what I prefer to do is get some clarification before I give a definitive answer. So if I can provide that, an answer to that question at a later date, I would appreciate it.
Madam Chair?
Councilwoman Fields.
That's fine with me, and perhaps we can ask the director to respond to that about what is the number of their quorum, if they have been meeting, and do they have enough members to make quorum, rather than putting Mr. Hawkins on the line. Let's hear from the organization.
Are you done, Ms. Fields?
I am.
Is there anyone else?
Yeah, Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, through you to Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins, I've known you for years. I like you. I want to vote for you if you want it. But, I don't know, under this, I call it the goofy charter. They changed some rules. I don't know what changed, what didn't. I don't think half the city know what changed and what didn't. And regardless of what happened here, we appreciate your service. But do you have a compelling reason that you can tell me under this charter why I should say, okay, that's compelling enough for me?
A compelling reason for you to do what?
Pointing out a person that don't live in the city, outside the city. Do you have a reason that's a compelling reason? We don't even know what that means under the definition of the charter somewhat, but I'm smart enough to know what it means in my own mind. Do you have a compelling reason that I need to hear between now and the next meeting as to why I should follow this charter and listen for somebody to bring me a compelling reason to appoint somebody from outside the city?
Well, in my case, I do live outside the city. I'm very involved in lots of organizations in the city, and one of the requirements for a person not living in the city who can be appointed to the board is that person have be part of at least one organization that is in downtown Flint. And I am a member of the Greater Flint Arts Council, which is in downtown Flint. I serve on the board, and so that would qualify me in that sense, just for the city of Flint. And as you may know, I'm involved in several other organizations in Flint, not necessarily downtown Flint, within the DDA boundaries, but the organization that I just mentioned, the Greater Flint Arts Council, is within the DDA boundaries. But I'm also involved in several other organizations in the city of Flint. The Flint Institute of Arts, the Sloan Museum, Burston Field House. I'm on the boards of all of these organizations. I just resigned as a member of the McCree Theater Board, but to serve on a committee of the board still. And then I could go on to talk about other organizations that I'm a member of in the city of Flint, but specifically the bylaws will allow a person who doesn't live in the city of Flint to serve if they serve on a board that's located directly within the districts of the DDA itself. And working with being a board member of the Greater Flint Arts Council would qualify me that way, if no other way. Plus, I'm just very interested in the city of Flint progressing, and I was the first person to actually indicate to the rest of the DDA board that there was an opportunity to have an African American to own some property right there in the DDA area. This is after Crawford, the other owner of property right there in the DDA. And there was some concern about whether or not to proceed with this potential person, and I think I provided arguments that persuaded the rest of the board to go ahead and allow this African American the opportunity to build a facility, actually to build an apartment building right there in the DDA boundaries, because he had been in charge of other projects, but not as an owner, but it was with other projects that had occurred in the city of Flint. And as a as a director of one of those projects that he was involved in, it was the first time ever that we'd had a head of a project that came in under budget. Usually they come in requesting some additional funding. But this particular gentleman, and most of you know him, he worked for the city of Flint for a while and was head of the Department of Community Development for a while. He came in under budget, and I'll never forget that. And he was a city employee, and he retired as a city employee from the Department of Community Development. But those are the kinds of things I've been involved in and that I am close to. And I think that's why I was being recommended again, although I moved out of the city of Flint, basically to take care of my mother, who was dying, and who did die. So that's just a little bit of background on me, in specific, and if you want more detail, I'll be glad to provide that as well.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. What I'm looking at the mechanics of the charter language. And I'm thinking that these compelling reasons should at least be proffered at the time of the appointment. I don't know if they are verbal or in writing, but I'm hearing what's being said, and I can digest that. And in between meetings, I'll do some research on the charter, the new charter as it relates to an appointment and compelling reasons and what percentage should or shouldn't be in Flint and what the makeup is now and so forth and so on. And then I guess what Ms. Galloway asked for was relevant because I got to see when these terms expire. It's true that you've been serving since an expired term of 06?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that's how the charter and stuff is worded, that folks can serve until such a reappointment. So I'm going to spend a little more time on this, make sure I'm dotting my I's and crossing my T's, making sure I'm not getting rid of a valuable resource in the Downtown Development Authority. Because I can remember when you was a city clerk once with.
That's right. And the proudest job I ever had, that was being the affirmative action officer for the city of Flint, and was directly responsible for doing something about equity and diversity in the workforce. But I do understand, and I do totally.
You did a compelling reason thing with Ms. Gilchrist on the NAACP and some issues we were having with Hurley. So I'm hearing something that compels me to take a serious look at it, but we'll get to the bottom of it. Madam President, unless Mr. Hawkins has something he'd like to add, I'm going to digest some of this. I am going to vote for the motion to postpone, but I'm listening to you, Mr. Hawkins, and I'll continue to listen, and I'll do my homework.
Is there any
Thank you.
person that has questions for Mr. Hawkins?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Davis, and then is that Mr. Winfrey?
This is Winfrey, yes.
Okay, Mr. Davis, Councilman Davis, and then Mr. Winfrey.
Good evening, Mr. Hawkins. I used to serve on the board before I got on the council, and it was the Historic District Commission. And oftentimes we try to have stuff presented before us, but we never had the quorum. And when you get dedicated people, that's hard to do. And I noticed there's a lot of Flint residents. They moved to Grand Blanc, but they still Flint residents, and you still got Flint at heart. So, you know, our charter says one thing, but dedication is not written into the charter. And people serve on volunteer boards because of their passion for the city they live. So I have zero issue within the postponement. I hope some kind of way our colleagues look, because it's hard to find dedicated people. There's a lot of boards, economic development and all, they don't show. but people want to be on certain boards. But when you get dedicated people that serve long term, you know, that's hard. That's a quality don't come dime a dozen. Mr. Hawkins, I know you may not know me, but I've been watching you a long time around this city. There's a lot of good people, Flint residents, that live in different Flushing, Grand Blanc, wherever. But the dedication it speaks to all of that. So, you know, I think we really need to start considering that with this charter, even if it means amending, because we're turning away and messing up a lot of good people that can move this city forward. Economic development, I've seen it. Everybody ain't living in the heart of the city of Flint. Why get people that's going to uphold a seat or take up a seat and find out, oh, it ain't like they thought it was? Like this council. A lot of people think city council, and I just spelled it out. It's one way, but, you know, it's a lot of work behind the scenes that y'all do voluntarily. So I think we really need to consider that charter being amended when it comes to outside resources such as Mr. Hawkins. Thank you for indulging me, Madam.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Winfrey?
Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Hawkins, I too know you and know the service that you provided to the city as the city clerk and as the, I believe, affirmative action officer as well. And, you know, it's one thing to be dedicated, but it's another thing to be knowledgeable. And even before you were mentioning the things that you had been involved in and some of the things that were dear to you, I knew of your service to this community, and it would be a shame to lose you on that board with your knowledge of city government and your knowledge of how you build cities and how you situate cities. And I would hate to see us lose that. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you had an opportunity to speak, and I just wanted you to know that I am in support of you remaining on that board, and I think you've given a compelling reason as to why you should, because there's not, in my opinion, any other person that sits on that board that we've had to approve or disapprove an appointment that has the kind of knowledge that you have about city government and building cities and that kind of thing. So I'm glad that we heard from you, and I just want to say I hope that we don't lose that resource. Thank you, Madam President.
I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Anyone else? I do have a question for you, Mr. Hawkins. I know that you said that you wanted to answer a question at a later date. Can you answer one question for me? Can you tell me the last meeting that you were in attendance for the DDA board?
The last meeting that was held, I was in attendance at that meeting. I have a very good attendance record. I'll just put it that way.
No, I just was wondering when the last meeting that you were in attendance, when is the last meeting that you attended for the DDA?
We meet on Wednesdays at 7:30, and the last meeting would have been, let me look at my calendar. You know what? I did not attend the meeting in September. I did not attend the meeting in September. I went to a wedding for my nephew in in Montgomery, Alabama.
Okay. Well, we will take this up as a body. Thank you so much for answering our questions. Thank you for your commitment to the city of Flint. And so with that being said, roll call on the postponement, please.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey,
Yes.
Ms. Galloway,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing, Ms. Worthing,
Sorry, my phone wouldn't on mute. Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Again, thank you, Mr. Hawkins. That brings us to the appointment to the Hurley Board for Corinne Edwards.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Fields.
I'd like to move to approve the appointment to the Hurley Board of Managers of city resident Corinne Edwards.
There's a motion to approve this appointment. Is there support for that? Is there support for that?
Madam President?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Winfrey?
Yeah, I support the motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Councilman Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, how many Hurley Board appointments do we have coming up? Any expirations? I know we did a couple or a few, but where do this fall in the bigger scheme of things? And is this person on the line?
So, Councilman Mays, this is to replace Dr. Stewart, who was not a Flint resident.
I've seen that. Is this person on the line?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Ma'am, is there something you want to say?
Just appreciate the opportunity to serve. I have been familiar with Hurley since my arrival here in 1985, and I've been on the receiving end of the services they provide. I'm also very much interested in the work that they do here in our community. Certainly access to essential public health services for the children of the city of Flint, as well as their parents, is something that's near and dear to my heart. I've been in education for many, many years now, and one of the greatest disparities that I see is our children coming in, and not everyone has equal and equitable access to quality health care. I think we all know that young people cannot come into a learning environment if they're not mentally and spiritually and physically healthy and ready for that learning. And so I know that Hurley has that at the forefront of their hearts and minds and how they serve the city, and it will be my pleasure to continue to assist them in that process.
Yeah, I'm watching the Hurley Board appointments real close. I know this is a political appointment, and I'm watching the makeup of the Hurley Board and tendency of board members to keep it as a city hospital and not let it be taken over. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think its roots are, my understanding is about Hurley is the roots is that it was meant to be, first and foremost, service to Flint City. Certainly you don't want to turn anyone away who's in need of services, but being that it's right here in the heart of the city and looking at the vision and the mission and understanding why it was developed, one would can't help but to applaud them for wanting to serve the residents of the city of Flint.
Yeah, my question had to do more with your thinking as it relates to the management of it versus the private and or city ownership or input.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, Councilman Mays? I didn't quite catch that.
I was more concerned to see if you had any thoughts about whether it might one day be privately owned, city owned, or the ownership of it. Do it matter, or have you had any thoughts on that?
No, sir, not at this time. I don't have any thoughts on that.
Well, I'm going to say that my thoughts is to keep it city-owned and, governed. And I wish you would have thoughts on it. As I look at the makeup of the board and the new members that come forward, you were recommended for this appointment by Mr. Neely, correct?
Yes, sir.
And y'all probably had some conversation, or y'all have not. He just thought you'd be a good person and said, I'm going to bring your name. Y'all didn't have these type of philosophical conversations or thoughts, or did you?
Not to the depth of privacy or non-privacy. Certainly, he knows that I have a passion for the services that are being provided there. And again, my passion for education and the well-being of young people and their parents in the city. But we've not had any conversations around privacy or non-private.
Yeah, this appointment is coming in the middle of the pandemic. We're functioning a little differently. We're not vetting appointments and stuff in committee meetings. I looked at your resume. I seen the background in the, if I'm wording it properly, in the education field. And so I have from listening to you, I'm concerned that you don't have the same passion that I have to make sure it stays city kind of owned. But that's an important thought for me. Under the circumstances, nothing to do with you, maybe to do with the process of appointments under the pandemic and the council. I'll kind of maybe abstain. I don't want to vote no. I don't know you that well, but I'm listening to you in this short interview. And so I'll see what I do, and I'll see if I come back with any more conversation. Thank you so much. Is there something else you want to say to me before I give up the floor?
I appreciate the opportunity to have dialogue with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I abstain for the reasons that I previously stated as it relates to our committee meetings, and nothing at this time personally, but I'm concerned about maintaining Flint ownership.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 abstention.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 abstention. Thank you so much, and congratulations, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you.
Are there any licenses?
No, there are not.
So that brings us to the amendment change, Councilman Mays. The public hearing for the resolution that Davina spoke about, about the changes to the Open Meetings Act.
Madam Chair?
Wait a minute, Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, through you to Davina. Davina, is it ready for to be added on? You had talked about that earlier.
Yes, Madam President, this is Davina. I did send a draft copy to you all about 3 hours ago. So you should have a draft of the resolution in your email.
So does the resolution have dates certain for the hearing?
Yes, because this, Madam President, if that's okay, because this resolution is based on the charter rule-making procedures, it's definitely going to have 2 weeks' notice. And so if we go ahead and set the hearing for the second meeting in November 23rd, that would give us enough time, because I would like to publish this as a display ad as opposed to under the legal notices. Because I would like to actually publish that part of the Open Meetings Act change that will affect all of the boards and commissions.
Oh, is this resolution long?
The resolution itself is just kind of generic, just stating why it needs to be done. And
Well, let's do it like this. If it's generic, give me a number. Give me a way to identify it, maybe not just an add-on, even though it'll be an add-on #1 resolution. But before I make the motion, if I could hear you kind of read it a little bit so we'll know what's going in, because I haven't looked or read it on the email.
Okay, I can read it into the record. And Janelle, if you will, while I'm reading it, if you could go into Legistar and generate a number for it.
Sure.
It's a resolution to set a public hearing regarding the adoption of City of Flint Board and Commission procedures on conducting electronic meetings. And also, before I do go into it, I would like the city attorney to address it, because I didn't get a chance to send it to her. I sent it to her at the same time. But it's by the Flint City Council, and it starts: all City of Flint boards and commissions must adhere to all laws established under the Michigan compiled laws and in accordance to revisions to the Open Meetings Act adopted in Senate Bill 1108, as passed on October 13, 2020, and signed into law on October 16, 2020. And next paragraph: pursuant to the Open Meetings Act revisions, and as the rulemaking authority for the city in this regard, the Flint City Council will conduct a hearing open to the public to discuss said revisions and the required procedures for City of Flint boards and commissions conducting electronic meetings after October 16, 2020. And new paragraph: pursuant to Flint City Charter Section 1-801A, whenever the charter requires adoption of a rule, it shall be adopted in accordance with that section. And new paragraph: pursuant to Flint City Charter Section 1-801B, the person having rulemaking authority or an agent shall give public notice of a hearing by publication in a daily newspaper of general circulation in the City of Flint at least 2 weeks in advance of the hearing. Final paragraph: it is resolved that the Flint City Council hereby approves the setting of a public hearing regarding revisions to the Open Meetings Act adopted in Senate Bill 1108 concerning electronic meetings as conducted by all City of Flint boards and commissions, with the public hearing to be held on Monday, November 23rd, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. by way of an electronic public meeting. And that is the resolution. Attached the copy of the rules that all the boards and commissions will have to conduct themselves under, that was produced by Attorney Wheeler, as well as a copy of the Senate bill.
To you, Madam President, Ms. Wheeler, have you seen it, and as you approved it, or do you believe it will approve as the form? Where are you at on that?
I have seen it. I have approved of it in form, and I have signed it, and I just sent that to everyone to sign before you have the one officially for the record with my signature.
And the resolution number, this is Janelle, Mr. Mays. This is Janelle. The resolution number is 200454.
I would move resolution 200454. It's been read into the record and approved by the city attorney, as the record will reflect as the form. I would move it to be a part of the master resolution as an add-on.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
I didn't quite catch. Could Janelle read the number again?
200454.
454. Thank you.
So, Councilman Mays, did you make a motion?
Yeah, I made a motion to move it as an add-on to part of the master resolution.
There's a motion to add it on to the master resolution. Is there support for that motion?
Madam President,
Councilman Winfrey?
I support the motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call on the adding on of this resolution to the master resolution.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Motion carries. That brings us to the master resolution.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Fields?
I move for approval of the master resolution.
There's a motion to approve the master resolution. Is there support for that motion?
Madam Galloway, since you here.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Guerra. Thank you.
I second that motion.
It has been moved and properly supported. Are there any separations and or discussion? Any separations and or discussion? Any separations and or discussion? Roll call on the master resolution.
Madam President, I was trying to get in, but I had myself muted.
There's a roll call.
Mr. Winfrey?
Madam President, point of order.
What's the point of order, Councilman Mays?
Clearly, before roll call had started, I had made a point that I had muted myself. Mechanical trouble. I'm going to appeal if you don't recognize me and try to move on with the roll call. What's your decision?
You can appeal the decision of the chair. The roll call had already been called.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's an appeal of the decision of the chair on the floor. Is there support for that? There's an appeal of the decision of the chair on the floor. Is there support for that? There's an appeal of the decision of the chair on the floor. Is there support for that? The appeal dies for a lack of a second. Roll call on the master resolution, please.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I abstain because I think it's alarming that no colleague seconded the appeal, and more alarming that the chair wouldn't recognize me dealing with mechanical mutes. I've seen votes and everything be treated differently when they had a mechanical mute by colleagues as well as the chair. And so I abstain because this discrimination and different treatment seems to be prevalent towards Councilman Mays. And so I abstain for those discriminatory reasons.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
7 yes and 1 abstention.
The vote is 7 yes and 1 abstention. The master resolution passes. That brings us to special orders. The first special order that we have is the special order 200394, the status of 1702 Kenwood. Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, anybody who is affiliated with 1702 Kenwood, I would ask that they be muted and be unmuted and able to be a part of the special order I've requested. I've heard Ms. Worthing, Mr. Griggs, and others say there's nothing we can do, and I can double check it and make it clear. But I believe it is something we can do because we regulate land use. I keep hearing them say, bring the ominous zoning change. You don't have to do the ominous zoning change. You can change an ordinance one at a time, and you can preserve neighborhoods by maybe allowing that particular land use to be in multi-family, and the city council is the ruling lawmaker. And it just blows my mind to keep hearing the rules and lawmakers and the people with authority telling these residents who have demonstrated to me that they got great intellect, that there's nothing we can do, and in fact they can. Through you to Suzanne Wilcox. Ms. Wilcox, are you on the line?
I'm on the line, Councilman.
Yeah, Ms. Wilcox,
Also,
do you
also on the line? Also on the line is Chad Zudell. You requested his attendance at this meeting tonight, and he is on the line as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilcox. And as you read my mind, I was going to ask, was any of the people I requested relevant to this on the line? If I may back up, then.
I'm sorry, Councilman. Let me just add one more thing. Mike Ryder, I asked him to be available tonight too, and he would have, but he is unavailable. He had a previous engagement, so he said he would be willing to come to a future meeting, but he was unable to make tonight's meeting, but Chad is on the call.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. Through you, Madam President, to Chad. Chad, you're familiar with the violations that's been cited as it relates to 1702 Kenwood, if that's the right address?
Yes.
And what were they?
Working without a permit.
In what areas? Was it inside, outside? Do we know the full extent yet?
We don't know that yet.
Have they cooperated and allowed you to come in?
Not yet. The permit was applied for today, and it will be issued shortly. So then we will.
And what? Okay, and what is that permit for?
I believe some windows.
One of the issues that was cited was a window that you couldn't see, and then it appeared, and you could see it from the outside.
Right, I believe it's for some window installation.
Mm-hmm. And so, Chad, have we ever went to court and requested a cease and desist order?
We've issued citations for doing work without permits.
But none of it stops the work.
But this work
in this case.
This work
in this case, we don't know what else is being done presently, do we?
That's correct.
And you don't know what might be being remediated, do you?
No.
And so my question again is, have we ever went to court and asked for a cease and desist order?
I'm not sure that that's relevant because I believe the work has already been done.
I believe it's relevant, Chad. I didn't ask for, I'm just saying what I believe. I believe it's relevant when you got people scampering, don't want to really cooperate, in my opinion, and let folk in from the city to check out what's happening. I believe whether it's finishing, whether it's starting, or whether it's remediating something before you get in, I think if a litigation is started, I still ask the same question. Have we ever requested in any case that you know of a cease and desist order?
Not to my knowledge.
So the city of Flint and building and people just doing stuff have never that you know of.
We issue stop work orders when work is ongoing.
Have you issued one in this case?
No, we issued a municipal civil infraction citation.
So why won't you issue a stop work order?
Because we haven't confirmed that there's work being done.
And you haven't confirmed that there's not work being done, correct?
Correct.
And so, Chad, do you believe that it would be an unnecessary burden to issue a stop work order until you can see what is or ain't being done? Have you ever did that before?
Not if we weren't able to confirm that there was work being done.
What if you was not able to confirm whether work wasn't being done? It would be, if work shouldn't be done until it's a permit requested, what do it hurt? I mean, is it illegal to issue a stop work order when you see some violations? See, my concern is if we've issued stop work orders, then I don't want this property to be treated differently because somebody sits on a planning commission board. You see my point? I don't want even that appearance of favoritism if we've issued stop work orders before. Do that make any sense?
Yeah, but we haven't confirmed. When we know that there's work being done, we issue a stop work order. On this property, the work that is being alleged that we believe has been done was done 9 or 10 years ago, is what we're being told.
Okay, by the person who won't cooperate and let you in yesterday, correct?
No, by all the complainants.
Okay, what about the person that sits on this board? How long have you been trying to gain interest in communications? Do you know? A day, 2 days, a week, 2 weeks?
Mike has been in communication with her for a couple of weeks.
And no granting of permission to come in and look and inspect, correct? We don't have no policy that allows us to do that. You're familiar.
Not unless there's a dangerous situation that we're aware of.
Mm-hmm. And so, once you see a violation of no permits requested, do we need to look at that ordinance and amend it, or try to come up with something like we did for the landlord tenant? I think is just as important for us to get in and inspect in some cases, homeowner property. Would that be a fair statement? We need to look at that ordinance?
No, it's not necessarily a part of the ordinance. It's a part of the state code.
So what does the state code prevent you from inspecting? How do you get the opportunity to inspect? They have to, you said earlier that when she did now apply for a permit, that gives us the right or some way to think in the future we can go inspect. Why can't you inspect when it rises to the level of violations? The state code don't allow it?
Yeah, we have to get a search warrant, and in order to do that, we have to be knowledgeable of an unsafe condition.
And so if you don't think there's nothing we can do locally to create an ordinance that would give us that search warrant ability like we did with the landlord tenant, are you telling me you don't even see a way creatively to do nothing locally to get our inspectors in a house? The state got their own code. We lawmakers, we can enact local ordinances.
If we enforce the code, we enforce the state code.
Now, you also have a duty to enforce the local code and call ordinances, correct?
Yes.
And I'm asking you as a lawmaker, seeing a situation of somebody not cooperating, particularly in this case a planning commissioner not cooperating, I'm asking you with your experience in your position, do you even see a time or an ordinance that you would recommend we amend to get you through a due process of search warrant and or on a local level? Do you understand what I'm getting at locally?
Yeah, but this isn't a widespread problem, and I think we can handle it through the existing code.
You might think that, but it's some neighbors who might not think it, and it's a councilman who might not think it. I only ask you, even though this might be, in your opinion, isolated, it could be more widespread than you know. I ask that you have any ideas or any knowledge of an ordinance that we could look at amending coming before us that might put in the caveat of a search warrant, just as we did, if you're familiar with the landlord-tenant process that went through a court process. You are familiar with that a little bit, ain't you?
Yep.
Okay, so can you answer my question as it relates to this homeowner that ain't landlord-tenant? Do you see an ordinance, or do you want a vehicle that can help you access homeowner-occupied property in certain circumstances?
I did answer the question, and I don't think it's necessary. I think the code has ways of doing it.
I didn't ask you if you thought it was necessary. I say, can you assist this council with the ordinance and knowledge that can fit that caveat in on homeowner-occupied property? That's all I asked you. I didn't ask you whether it was you thought it was necessary. I'm asking you a mechanical amendment to any ordinance associated with inspections of this homeowner-occupied property.
Yes, if that's what you feel is necessary, I will work with the council.
Okay, and you can work with me specifically if need be. And I appreciate you coming to this council meeting. Chad, let me pause with you for a minute. Suzanne, you hear me talking about single-family zoning and multifamily zoning. Let's make it perfectly clear. If I wanted to sponsor an ordinance that allowed this in the city of Flint in multifamily or the next level upward, wasn't single family, that's possible for me to propose that ordinance to my colleagues?
Yes, that's possible.
Are you willing to work? What zoning is it in now? A1, single family?
Yes, it's A1, residential.
And what's the next one up from that? Do you know?
A2.
And what is, okay, and what is up from that? Is it A3?
B.
There's an A3, and then I believe it goes to B.
Okay, and which one is multifamily?
I have to research that. I can't remember offhand where multifamily is addressed in the zoning code. It is not in the A. It's not in the A code, so.
By the next time we get to council meeting, if I want to make an amendment where we can no longer have these in A1 or whatever that Woodcroft district is in that particular house, prior to any, that's why I'm asking about the cease and desist orders. That's why I'm talking the way I'm talking, because everybody involved in this is running a foot race. I've been knowing for over a month that this council can amend land use aspect of zone. 3 or 4 of them have made it public. They say ain't nothing they can do, but then they contradict themselves. They say, you need to get that zoning changed to us. Well, we can change zoning individually or in the big group, and I'm willing to work in a special meeting on if that's what my colleagues want to do, but they outvote me. They want to meet once or twice a month, and been doing it for months, and work is piling up. So, Suzanne, can you bring me or call me in between meetings so we can try to get with legal and I want to try to draft the ordinance change as it relates to land use, where you wouldn't allow this in A1 or whatever that residential area is, but it might be allowed in the multi-family area. You get my question? You understanding what I'm asking, that I would be willing to sponsor that type of thing?
I do understand you. I do want to correct myself, though. It's the zoning is A1, A2, and then it goes to B1. There's no A3, so it's A1, A2, and then it goes to B1, C1, and C2.
And I can appreciate
your
that.
Question.
This is Angela. May I?
Councilman Mays,
Madam President, through you, I hear what Ms. Wheeler want to say.
Yeah, one thing that we will need to look at, and I have Kelly Thompson from my office, Attorney Kelly Thompson on the phone as well. One of the things that we need to look at is to make sure that we are not preempted by state law to make that amendment based on what the state law says in the building code. So she could explain a little bit of that on the phone, but like I said, she'll be working on any amendments. So we have to make sure first that they are not preempted by state law. If you'd like, she can go a little bit more into that.
Madam President, that would be fine with me.
Okay, so are you all set? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Can the council hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And Madam President, through you, there is state law that, and I believe the citation is MCL 125. And I'm sorry, I don't have the citation directly in front. No, it's right here. MCL 125.3206, and that dictates that a state licensed residential facility is permitted in an A1 residential zone. So a single family dwelling is permitted to have a state licensed residential facility. So if it's limited to 6 or fewer occupants, then it's permitted in an A1 zone without any special variance or conditional use permit.
So the state law specifically mentions A1, and that would be A1.
Did I lose him?
Did he just?
Yeah, he got disconnected.
Okay. So, is there anyone else that wants to speak?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Fields.
Thank you. I just want to apologize to my colleagues, but especially Winfrey Carter and Davis, because I am interested in their special orders, but I am not feeling well, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, so what you're telling me, Kelly, is that the state law, the statute, specifically cites A1, and I'm wondering, is A1 the same all around the state? But in addition to A1, it's a single-family residential zoning.
And Madam President, through you to Councilman Mays, it does not say specifically A1. Doesn't use quote unquote A1 as a designation, but single family dwelling is what it references.
Okay, because you
residential
first said A1, and you know I'm real specific about language and state law.
Sure.
That preempts, you know. So what I want you to do is get a copy of that. You know, you said 125. I think you said 3602, correct?
3206.
3206. Yeah, maybe I can get a copy of that to the Secretary. Have you finished your research on that as far as that preemption goes? No more looking needs to be done.
I can certainly provide you a copy of the state law. And as far as the proposed amendment to the city ordinance, I think I would want to know exactly what our ordinance would be amended to before the legal department makes any assessment as to the conflict with state law.
Okay, so let's see if we can come up with something that's not a conflict, and if we can or can't, that's the road I've been trying to get to with this special order, particularly with the lack of, committee meetings and the opportunity. So I appreciate you. Let's see if we can wrap this research up by the next council meeting, and if state law preempts it in a residential area, we'll know for sure. And then we'll know if we can put any amendments to ours if it relates to procedures that even though it's allowed. Then my second line of thinking is that we still can put some procedures in place where folks within a certain distance get noticed. We still can put certain procedures in place, maybe with some do's and don'ts. So do you get my drift as to certain things that I would like to look at between now and the next meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I look forward to that dialogue, Kelly. And I'm plugging for you to have the opportunity to come before this council on the, what was the attorney before you that was working on the marijuana ordinance?
Reed Erickson.
Yeah, Reed, you ready to pick up where he left off at and tell this council what you might know. I'm looking forward to that too. So, Madam President, I'm going to ask that until Kelly finishes with this research and we look at this, that this stay on one more round. By the time we get there, we might know where to go and which way to do it. So I'll be very curious because I had been told and I was thinking, without knowing of the language in the statute, Kelly, that we might be able to do it a certain way. Let's see what we come up with in a couple weeks.
Thank you. So
Kelly, one last thing, Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Kelly, and what I was saying about the other ordinance, as it relates to the building inspections and people keeping folks out of property, as we go through this, I want to see what we're doing with stop work orders, the ordinances when people violate, and how we handling that, because I want to put something in the ordinance consistent so people can't pick and choose. And I'm not saying that's happening in this case, how we pick and choose who we stop work order. You know what I'm saying? Well, I want to look at that as well.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
This is Worthing. May I speak?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question for Kelly. Do we have your number, or can it be given to us? Are you available to speak to us during the day for any questions we may have?
Absolutely.
This is Angela,
Okay.
and we can do any numbers offline from the call.
Okay, great.
So yep.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that because my original position that I stated before still stands. This is some work that normal council people would do outside of a special order and do it along with the legal department. I've done it. Alan is working on something. Kate's working on something. And we just call the legal department and we get all of this information before we get to the council meeting so we don't waste our colleagues' time and the public's time. So I would ask that be dropped, that special order, and then I'm also going to leave. So thank you. Bye.
Good night. Councilman Mays, we're not going to drop it. Councilwoman Worthing has left the meeting. And so, Councilman Mays, we're going to move to the next special order.
Yeah, Madam President, may I? Real quick.
Make it real quick so
Beg
that
your
we can.
pardon?
I said I'm asking that
I
you move
said,
real quick.
well, I can appreciate that. But, Ms. Worthing did lead a meeting, but maybe she'll hear it. But I don't need Ms. Worthing to tell me how to call the legal department through the week and how to get answers and when to discuss something in a public meeting. I'm going to discuss this in a public meeting for the residents to see and participate in if they choose when it gets to that point. And with no committee meetings, I'm going to use the vehicle of a special order, council discussion, a motion. Now, here Ms. Worthing been on this council 3 years and going to tell me, a senior council person, how stuff works. And I done listened to her, and she don't quite get it, and it's not some more colleagues. So, Ms. Worthing, I wish you was here, but listen to the recording. Thank you, but no thank you on telling this senior councilman how to conduct my business open and publicly. And I don't know if you was being funny or you believe that we don't know what we're doing. I'm not sure you know. Thank you.
That brings us to Special Order 200423, Special Order Neighborhood Safety Officer Blight, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam President. I invited the neighborhood safety officers here tonight to give us, the residents of the city of Flint, including the council, I want you to give us a better understanding of your job duties and what blight issues you are responsible for. And then also I would like for us to discuss how we can work together to enforce some of the city ordinances as it relates to blight, as it relates to individuals parking on their front lawn. And I think Sergeant Reed is on the line. Sergeant Reed?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Hello, everyone. Good evening. So I will be representing the police department on this topic here tonight. Safety officers are on. So the overview of the program. The NSOs, we have NSOs that are assigned to the wards throughout the city, which do the enforcement for the program. We, have the blight division located over in City Hall. That's where the majority of the complaints are directed to. From there, the complaints are assigned to the NSOs, which are housed in, within the police department. And on a daily basis, every morning, all the complaints that were previously called in, emailed, phoned, are then forwarded to the NSOs each morning. I can say that they are very, very, very overwhelmed. When you have one NSO assigned to an entire ward and some covering 2 wards at a time, there's a lot of work. There's a lot of complaints that come in. And that's the issue that we're having right now, because we have some that have been off on FMLA. Some, we just had one recently terminated. And we've got all the, the COVID when it came about, that played a huge effect on the program, as it did throughout the city. So, when these complaints come in every day, NSOs go out, they enforce. We have complaints come in from trash and debris, abandoned cars, illegal parking, animal complaints. They get complaints on missing signs, overgrown shrubs, so anything they can't enforce, they always try to direct the information to the proper department. So, like I said, there's a lot of different parts of it going
on. Officer Sergeant Reed, I have a big issue in the Fifth Ward. I have several cases of illegal auto mechanic shops, home mechanic shops, auto mechanic shops. Mm-hmm. I have one particular situation whereas they are painting automobiles. Okay. And I've sent that into the Blight Department. And I know that's a zoning issue as well.
It is, yes.
So what do you do about a situation like that?
Generally, initially, we'll send out.
I think.
Pardon me?
You're blinking out.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So initially, if we have a complaint that comes in of those such natures, we would begin with the NSOs and have them go out and do the initial follow-up on the complaint. If they do see some sort of violation, or they do see something that is occurring that needs to be referred to another department, such as the mechanic shop in residential area or the painting, if they do see it, like you said, they don't have the authority or the training to deal with mechanics in residential area. So then they would forward that over to zoning and get it to Mike Ryder or whoever needs to get the information. So they would pass that information along, and then hopefully that department could then proceed from there and do the follow-up on it.
Okay. I know that one problem with it too is the number of cars parked on the lawn, and yes, I've been getting a lot of complaints from the residents.
Yes,
I got, and that's an issue. I would like for those cars to be tagged, as well as the zoning department to follow up and do what they need to do.
Exactly. So I would say if you have citizens that are contacting you guys in reference to parking or it's something you observe, the best course of action is to get with Lindsay Crawford over in the Blight Department.
Right.
Because a lot of people don't understand there's a lot of back-end paperwork that this really consists of, like the complaints coming in. So if, for instance, you receive the information, if you're to get it to Lindsay over in the Blight office, what she does is she types up the information, the location, the nature of the complaint, and then she gets into our system, our existing system, looks up that same property and kind of reviews the history on the address. And then that history is given to the NSO. For instance, if it had something to do with blight, there's like first, second, third offense type tickets that are issued. So it's always good to know the history of the location and where it's occurring so that they know, okay, I need to write the second offense blight ticket for this property or third offense or whatever the case may be. So that's why it's always, we're trying to get everybody on the same page and encourage people to always call the blight office to put the complaints in so it can be documented in the system so that we have that history, you know, for years to come, and we know what we're dealing with and how many times we've been out there, how many times we've dealt with the property or the people there, if they've cooperated. Because when we go out and do our follow-up, we enter in the results, what they've done. Everything goes back and types into that system. So that's why we're trying to encourage people to call the Blight office or get on the City of Flint website and go to the Blight site icon and then get their information entered in, because it helps us, you know, track with all the tracking.
Okay. I can open it up to my other colleagues for questions, Madam President.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else?
Madam President, this is Councilman Winfrey. Yeah, I think that you'll find that we all have issues of blight in all quadrants of the city. And I think a problem that we have run into, and that I hope it doesn't get any bigger, is that there may be communities who don't want parking on lawns and places where grass are. And then there'll be some communities that say, well, why not? It's my property. I should be able to. Well, I know the vast majority of the people that I represent don't want that parking on the on the lawn. And so this creates a problem for the NSO officers as well, I know. And again, in my ward, there is a property that the grass needs cutting because it creates a dangerous situation for motorists because they can't see coming from Milbourne to Flushing Road, and when they get to Milbourne and Flushing, they're driving on Milbourne, and they get to Flushing, they can't see left because of the high grass. That needs to be addressed. I put in I filed a complaint for that, and it hasn't been anything done yet. So I was hoping that we'd have some folks here from Blight tonight that would be able to address that. That's dangerous. A kid almost got hit because the kid didn't see the car coming for that high grass, and the person who lives in that house, there are some issues with that individual, I guess, and she actually pulled a gun on or threatened to pull a gun on some of the workers who came out last year to cut it. So now we have to have a police escort to come over with the people that are cutting it. But I'd like for that to be addressed as well, because it doesn't seem like my complaint that I filed some time ago is getting anywhere.
Can I speak upon that real quick? So yeah, Milbourne and Flushing, I can attest to that. I've been there. I was out there with Raul Garcia when we actually, I had to stand by with him while he mowed the city parkway to help out with the obstruction right there at the intersection. And yes, I have dealt with the lady occupant there. Like you said, there's some issues going on with her, and it was a dangerous situation. So we do have laborers that are assigned to the Blight office over in City Hall. That's part of their duties. So I can get with them. I can call Lindsay tomorrow and let them know that it's been brought up again, and we need. What can we do about this? I think there's only 2 of them there. So, but I know in this instant, in this situation, that we have to have law enforcement out there standing by while they get what they need to get done. I know that has to happen for safety reasons. I haven't been by that particular resident in a minute, so I don't even know if it's still occupied by her or if she's still there. But I can speak with them tomorrow about that and see what how how fast we can get to it and what we can do.
Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, to you too, is it Sergeant Reed?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Reed, I'm listening at what your dilemma is. And before I ask you specific questions, I'm going to try to give you some background in my opinion. And then it's in fact, I tried to move 900,000, almost $1 million for blight in order to get a front-end load of some trucks. The vote was 6 no and 3 yes to move money. To tackle these blight issues. And I'm hearing you say that people are overwhelmed. In your opinion, who is the head of the blight department?
Okay, so I don't know if everybody understands. So I'm the supervisor, over at the police department, which
for the NSFOs, the supervisors for the blight officers.
Yes, exactly. And I just want everybody to understand that the NSOs cannot do any type of cleanup. Their grant actually...
But you say sometime y'all refer stuff to different departments. For example, are you referring to blight as a department?
Yes, I am. Yes.
And so who is the head of that department, in your opinion?
So I know Murdoch oversees the blight division a lot, which Lindsay Crawford, which is located in the blight office, reports to Murdoch. So I know Murdoch.
I know how it works. I just wanted to hear what you had to say. My position is that if we got NFOs or neighborhood, what is the proper term? I call them neighborhood enforcement officers. And what does the initial people say? In what?
NSOs, neighborhood safety officers.
Okay, neighborhood safety officers, NFSOs or whatever. But I'll refer to it and we'll know what I'm talking about. But if they're overwhelmed, and in my ward, for example, they looking at couches, blight, trash bags in the street. My priority, because I got one of the wards that called me, and folks be saying Mays, and I'm like, I'll try to introduce an ordinance that will allow for some type of parking, on your property. And I don't mind introducing an ordinance. We got one now that if you put gravel or certain cement, you can do it, and you can park on your lot. But, I'm familiar with all of that. So it seems to me if we that overwhelmed, and if I'm representing over 8,000, and I'm calling in to Lindsay regularly and doing paperwork about trash land in between Russell and Piper, been there for months. If we that overwhelmed, and we are a community with block clubs that I work with, Miss Edwards, Sean Harrison, Miss Spencer, we got block clubs all throughout the ward. I'm the council person. I clearly see NFO officers spending time citing, moving cars. I don't mind, you get a complaint, you cite them. But how do we, if we overwhelm, prioritize? I would like for them NFO officers in my ward, I think it's Mr. Martin, correct?
Carl Martin.
Beg your pardon?
Carl Martin, NSO1?
Yeah, I would like to meet with Mr. Martin. I'd like to meet with you and anybody that's relevant and say, I would like an NFO officer to cite the stuff at the land bank houses and land in the middle of the street that need cleaning up. I shouldn't have to wait to hear from residents. And then even myself, I drive down the street in the first ward and see it. It make me think it's political. If you got neighborhood safety officers who see it, and it's part of their job, why are we getting so many calls? And I ain't never had a complaint Are they turning in stuff they seeing sitting in the middle of the street and on curbs? Do they do that? How often do they do that versus ticket cars?
So yeah, they write blight tickets also. It's not that they just respond to complaints that are given to them each morning. Out in their patrols, if they see something, they stop, they address it, they speak with the people, that whatever they're going to
Well,
they do.
Listen to me, Ms. Reed. We can save a lot of time, Officer Sergeant Reed. We can save a lot of time. Councilman Mays requests a meeting out in the field with you, with them, and we can ride around for 15, 20 minutes, and I can show you what I mean. I would much rather, if they overwhelm, tackle the big issue, them tires in between Clio Road and Oxley on homes, them beds and mattresses and couches on Russell, Laredo, Piper. If we overwhelmed and we got big issues versus what I'm going to call a little issue, a private citizen parking on their own property, and ain't nobody complained, who can I get with in order to prioritize what I think we should be spending our overwhelmed resources on?
Okay, so yeah, I just want to make it very clear again that the NSOs, per the grant, cannot do cleanups. So stuff like that.
I didn't say they could do cleanups, but they can report it, can't they?
No, exactly.
I didn't say they could. I didn't say they had to do it. I asked you initially who was over the blight department. You said before I came on they report stuff to other departments. Now I'm saying to you, if we get a meeting of the minds, I would much rather them prioritize turning the big stuff in and circle back to the little stuff because they already overwhelmed. They can't keep up. The best way to keep up in the first ward for Councilman Mays and the residents I represent, in my opinion, is to do a better job turning in the real problems.
Right. And to be honest, Councilman Mays, a lot of these areas that you have concerned have probably been turned in. So what we would want to do is identify the locations, get with Lindsay Crawford, because she's the one that set up the dumpsters being delivered to the locations, because she sets up the cleanup, the neighborhood cleanup, the labor cleanup, so that we can get that mess cleaned up. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Absolutely. The NSOs can also refer it back to her also. Yes, that can happen.
That is correct.
So, I mean, it's just, there's lots of different ways on how to get the job done. I get it.
And I'm only talking about this specific way. When I find out them NSO officers is reporting the big stuff to Lindsay, and when I find out what I already know, I've seen the blight department come over, look at it. I stood and talked with them. It's still there. I'm going to also make it understood to city council, 2 or 3 newly hired people in blight, and I know who they is. I know how their relationship is. I know a little bit about 1 or 2 of them through Neely. I know about Murdoch. My position is this council need to understand if we got all the tools we need, NSO officers who can ride around and say them couches and tires need to be moved before you get a call, before they sit there for months making your ward look bad. This is why we're supposed to have conversation when these people come up. This Jerry Winfrey's called a special order. And if it ain't all ours, well, it's mine. I voted 3 yes to put money in the blight, Sergeant Reed, so I ain't being that critical of you. I'm just hipping you to something. I'm telling you what I know is going on. I'm supposed to know what's going on in the city. I'm supposed to know that we got some good NSO officers, but they overwhelmed, and I know that this council didn't approve the finances to make blight removal more effective, which in my ward is a top complaint, and I want more cooperation with NSO officers and yourself and others. You see my point?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to make the council rethink, hopefully, what I know the majority of my cause is. It's y'all area. It's these blight issues, whether it's cars, whether it's couches, whether it's mattresses, whether it's evictions. And I just want to meet my guy who works on our behalf, Mr. Martin. I want to see if I can discuss with you as his supervisor how we can prioritize. If one of the favorite things of NSO is to cite a car or a truck parked wrong, I know a councilman that got some parked on sidewalks. Go cite that. But when it comes to citing these residents on their own land, I'll do an ordinance amendment. My position is this. I would rather they spend their time reporting to Lindsay, Murdoch, or whoever, them big ticket items. I want to do that for 30 days and see how that works. And if they can't get them big ticket items after the NSO officer report them, then I want to powwow with council and see if they done spent $12 million that I helped save up in order to take care of blight. And if they don't consider it, I'm going to tell the people in which I represent and they represent, it ain't me, it ain't Sergeant Reed, it ain't the NSO officers, it's 3 or 4 people in a blight department and people rejecting the funds. So you didn't expect this from me, Sergeant Reed, and I don't apologize. But I'm a politician, I'm a public servant, and my job is to try to best use our resources to do what we can. Anything you want to say to Councilman Nave, Sergeant Reed, don't tell me I'm under arrest. I'm scared of the police. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I appreciate everything you're saying, and we're all trying to get the same thing done here. I think we all have the same goal. It's just a matter of...
No, we don't. If I can interrupt you, no, we don't. Some people treat certain wards better than others because of politics and votes. You can't say it. I can say it. I know how to clean up blight. I know how to make fun projects and do when we want to do. We have to have a political will, and the bucks is stopping with politicians, and I can't do it. Let me be quiet. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You got me excited.
Okay, well, my point was we're trying to get a grip on the blight the best that we can with the resources we have at this moment. That's what I'm trying to say. I've been overseeing the program since it started back up, and it's making progress. I can see progress throughout the city since the program starts. It's just that there's a lot to tackle. And I really feel like if we had more resources, like you said, that's a bonus, and it'll speed up the pace. It'll speed up the pace in this process that we're trying to do. The more help, the better. That's all I can say. Everything helps. So I will definitely get with you. And, maybe we can meet and I can hear your concerns in further detail and we can figure something out.
Yeah, I think we got to figure out how to best use our resources, starting from the big stuff, then moving down to the little stuff, because we strapped for resources and all of it ain't certain folks' fault. And then, we got some issues with this organizational structure, in my opinion, as it relates to approving department heads. As some appointees, we don't have to approve the use of these vehicles in them departments and who the personnel is. So I kind of use this opportunity to explore 4 or 5 dimensions. And I look forward to talking maybe with you and Mr. Martin. But I will say this, every time, even when Raul was dealing with blight, if you remember him, every time we had an issue with a ticket or somebody tagging a car or moving the car and adjusting, your guys and your department, now that I know it's you, more so than Raul or Murdoch, I communicate with you. I love communicating with Raul, is some folks I don't fool with. But my point is this. We've been working well, servicing people in some of those isolated situations. I hope that relationship can continue, and I look forward to maybe even having your input on an ordinance as it relates to this parking and private property as I go through my duties and responsibilities. Thank you for cooperating. Tell people when they come to council meeting and Councilman Mays, talk to them. It don't hurt. It's painless.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, Sergeant Reed, I'm not under arrest for all of what I said, am I?
You did all right.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Is there anyone else that has anything to discuss? Santino.
Yeah. Hey, Sarge. Just one quick question. I know earlier you said that you currently are down one NSO. What ward was that doesn't have one?
Okay, so the one that we had to let go was for Ward 5.
Okay.
So we have a NSO assigned to Ward 1. We have the NSO that's assigned to NSO 1 is covering Ward 1 and Ward 2 currently. For Ward 3, we have the NSO that is off on FMLA. So NSO 4 for Ward 4 is also covering Ward 3 at this time. We have one NSO that oversees Ward 6. We have the NSO that covers Ward 7, also covering Ward 5 right now. And then we have a NSO assigned to Ward 8 and one NSO assigned to Ward 9. So we're getting ready to post for 2 NSO positions that we need to fill, or I will get with HR because we need to fill 2 NSO positions. And then, again, we have one off on FMLA right now. So kind of juggling acts, as they come and they go and they're off and on, and we're just doing the best we can.
Okay, that definitely helps to put into perspective, because knowing that my ward is being covered by 2. As like council members said, I think every ward kind of has their own issues. My biggest call is blight. The majority of the phone calls I get from residents are blight, whether that be defined as a vacant home or tall grass or a couch dumped in the middle of a road or whatever it would be. So I do kind of like the idea that even Mr. Mays said, where if they went around and reported to the blight department, not necessarily what they were called for, but if they seen certain things like, hey, I know they can't do any of the heavy lifting, and I understand that. I had talked to Ms. Wilcox before in the past about how they're grant funded, so I understand why they can't do any of that stuff. But even, letting the blight department know, hey, I was driving through each street in the ward for the last week. It took me a week to drive through the whole ward. Here's where the issues are. And letting blight department know about that, and then they go out there and make a schedule to clean it up. Because I think for the residents aren't really too focused on who gets a ticket necessarily, or who gets in trouble for the grass. They just want to see the grass cut. They want to see the cars gone. They don't care if it's a vacant lot. They know nobody's going to pay the ticket. And they just want to see it cleaned up and stuff stop being dumped. And I think that's their biggest concerns. And I do like the idea of I like to be hands-on. I've seen many of the departments physically. If that is possible, I would love when my person gets back or whomever is covering the 3rd Ward right now, to definitely ride out with them, check it out, see what they do for the day, get to understand them a little more. From a policy perspective, a lot of us can say this would be perfect if they did this. However, it's different, I'm sure, once you see it physically. Do you have a pen or a pencil? I can give you my city cell. And if that's any way possible, I'd ask you to contact me. I can give it to you whenever you're ready.
Yep, go ahead.
810-449-9619. And just if you want to just shoot me a text and say, hey, it's me, or shoot me a call. Texts are always easier to see, definitely with a schedule. And we can try to schedule that if that's possible. Just get out there and ride out for a little bit. It doesn't have to be a whole day. Kind of just to see firsthand kind of what they do and their paperwork procedures and all that. So I can understand, because like I said, that's my biggest call is definitely blight. So I know you got a lot to handle, because you also do traffic as well. That's correct. So I know you got a lot on your plate. So it's not just managing the the NSO solely. I know you're doing a lot more. So I appreciate all the work that you do for the city of Flint. And I definitely look forward to working with you a little more with the NSOs and seeing how that cooperation between council, the administration, the blight department, and the police department can all operate. There's a lot of moving wheels here for this major issue, and it definitely helps to know everybody who's getting involved. So thanks for your time. Thanks for staying so late with the council. I know we tend to go a little bit late, and I appreciate you being on here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who is that?
Davis.
Councilman Davis.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sergeant, you still there?
Yes, I am.
I got just a quick question.
Sure.
How do this work when streets are impassable from dumping? I mean, totally impassable. And I'm speaking of like Proctor between Hamilton and Patterson. Totally impassable. And it's be year in and year out like this. If it's an emergency, nothing get down through there. I'm sure if you're out and about on patrol, you've seen it, correct?
Oh, yes, sir, I have.
It's impassable.
So the issue that we have is this bad. So we literally will have a dumpster delivered to, say, for instance, that area. The laborers will get it cleaned up. They'll remove the dumpster because it's full, and the next weekend, people are dumping again. It's a revolving problem that we have, and it's all over citywide.
I did a cleanup 2 weeks ago, and 4 dumps with the mayor standing there within 2 hours after we cleaned up. With the mayor standing there. So, it's just horrific over here. But impassable, and this street was impassable. And it don't make sense. So that brings me to the Crime Stopper piece. $250,000. I wish it was $250 to $1,000 if we catch somebody, or if somebody catch somebody with information to cause arrest. Correct? What do you do if somebody get caught dumping? What would be the fine at the police department? Any teeth in that?
So I used to work the dumping details way back when. So whenever we would catch some dumping, it's a crime. It's a arrestable offense. It's a misdemeanor. So then if we're able, we catch them in the act, or we're able to get a witness that can get a plate, and then we do our investigation and we identify some suspects. Yes, there is those criminal charges.
We chased somebody yesterday. The plate and all of the brush, they always take their plate off and have the stuff hanging so they can snatch it off.
Yeah.
And I followed them and we was videoing. And they caught the hold to, I was following them. They was heading to Proctor. And they just swooped out of it. But every other day I catch them, and it's so frustrating, but that is a dump over there. And it just don't make sense. And I understand. But I really think we got to do a collaboration with Land Bank, because the own property dumping is 90% of these Land Bank abandoned properties over here. And it's a landfill with all these demos. But to not get out in public street, that's a whole different puppet.
Right, exactly. And like you said, I just had one the other day that came in. Somebody got pictures of the truck dumping. By the time we got the information, we sent out a cruiser. They're gone. But from the photograph, we were able to make out the plate, which, there I start my investigation. And, again, they had an improper plate on the vehicle. So, I mean, they know what they're doing. They're not, they've been probably doing it for a long time. They, obviously they don't want to get caught, so they're going to do anything to get around that and make sure that they're,
Beverly even got the address, medication, prescriptions of the people on Clement Street that dumped while I was talking to the mayor, and they had dumped. We got all of their mail and everything. I just haven't took it down to the police department. And then yesterday, a customer called me at Anderson School. All of the information is in their trash, and the people that's doing a lot of these food giveaways is dumping their squash and stuff in them school abandoned parking lots. And that's not right. Them pallets and all that illegal dumping from giveaways.
Right.
So, I know y'all hands is full. It's an all hands on deck approach that must be accomplished some kind of way with the garbage collection. But I don't know. It's just hard around here. As soon as you clean up, they're doing it again.
Yep, it's true. It's true.
Well, that's what
seen
you
it.
do. Well, I thank you, Sergeant Reed, for even the conversation. I appreciate it.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Well, I have a question.
Madam President,
Ms. Carter, do you mind if I haven't gone yet? So if I can just do, thank you so much. I don't know if this is a question for Sergeant Reed as much as, is Suzanne still on the line? Or Mr. Edwards?
I'm still on the line.
Okay. So with blight questions, I appreciate Sergeant Reed. So is Mr. Murdoch on the line? Mr. Edwards? Is Clyde Edwards still on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. I am here.
So is Mr. Murdoch, because he's over blight, is that correct?
But that is correct. I don't know. I don't think he is on the line right now.
Okay. I'd like to have him come and speak to the council about blight. We get notices saying about how many millions of pounds have been picked up, and so I would like to have him come and discuss what the blight plan is, since he's been over it. In addition to that, and Mr. Edwards, only you can tell, I know he is the deputy clerk to the mayor also?
Deputy Chief of Staff.
Okay, Deputy Chief of Staff. Thank you. And the only reason why I'm asking is because I've received calls from the Ethics and Accountability Board saying that they are requesting information from him to do some, I don't know if there is investigative things, and they can't get him. And so I'd like to find out, what is the blight concern. And then in addition to that, Mr. Edwards, can you tell me what the status is on the Pierce golf course since it burnt down, so that we can ensure that it doesn't find itself in a blighted situation?
Yes, that's been a priority situation with the mayor, and we've been working through to find out about insurance funding, and then we've got to secure a company to be able to remove the debris, because we don't necessarily have the capability to be able to do that in totality. So that's where it's at right now. Is that we've had regular meetings on it to determine, one, about funds to do the cleanup itself, and then a provider to execute and take care of that cleanup. So it is moving. It is not stagnant. It is an issue that is moving, but yeah, there's some pieces to get clarified in order to get it completed.
Okay. And then Suzanne, can you give me an update on the apartments at the corner of Lapeer and, now my mind won't, I'm sorry, I can't think of it.
Tebow and Lapeer Road.
Yeah, well, yeah, in
yes,
between Tebow and the other one. Yep.
Yes. They are, I believe I provided you a timeline a couple weeks ago with the status. They're looking to start that demolition in December. The holdup has been, all the environmentals have been completed. There are some delays on consumer side on issuing or on completing utility cuts. And so there was a meeting between the land bank and the city trying to get consumers to move forward on that. They have some staffing constraints as well, but we are still on schedule to begin that demolition in December.
So Suzanne, I think just for the record,
yeah,
you didn't supply me with an update. You said that you were going to be meeting with the land bank on tomorrow. That was 5 days ago, October 21st. Originally, those apartments were going to come down at the end of June. And then with COVID, there was a delay. And then they were supposed to be demolitioned by the end of October. So when you say we're still on task, and now you're saying December, if you go back to your email, you did not provide a follow-up. You said that you were meeting with the land bank on the 21st tomorrow. And that you would provide more information tomorrow as soon as you received it from the land bank. And that was the last email that was sent from you. And so are you saying that as long as those apartments have been vacant, there's something more that consumers have to do?
Yes, there's utility cuts that have to be completed by consumers, and I'm going back to my email right now to look at the last update that I did provide you, because I did talk to the land bank, and I apologize, but I thought that I sent that to you.
I have
it
the right
timeline that
you sent it to me October 21st at 7:34 p.m. saying, "Hello, Councilwoman. I don't have an update beyond my last email to you, but I will get an update for you tomorrow. I do know that the land bank has been having difficulties getting utility cuts, but there was a recent meeting to address this. I will provide more information tomorrow or as soon as I receive it from the land bank. Have a great evening."
And I did talk to the land bank, and the timeline that they provided to me, and that's the email that I'm looking for, which had the timeline for demolition, not the one that I sent as a response to your last email. That had I thought the assuming we can, this is I think one that I sent in September, assuming we can get out and get plugs done expeditiously, the land bank is still hopeful that we can get a winter done and final grade seed and mulch in the spring. And what they shared with me in the meeting, and I thought I followed up to you, I apologize for that, was that they are still on schedule for that timeline for a winter demolition, according to the email that I sent to you September 14th, and the final grade seed and mulch in the spring. So they still are on schedule for that.
So I am looking at the September 14th, and I apologize. Winter demo done. I didn't know that was taking us into December. Like I said, the last thing you said on the record was that it was scheduled to be done October, the end of October. And so, well, we'll see if it goes any further into the 2021 year, because the funds are from last year, right? So it's just rolling over
Correct.
into this year?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right. Ms. Winfrey Carter, you wanted to speak?
Yes. Sergeant Reed, I have one more question. What is going on with the blight court?
So we just, sorry. Okay. So we just started the blight hearings back up. COVID obviously put a halt to everything. And just recently we've had NSOs starting back up with the hearings. So gradually they're easing their way back into it. We're still, I would really have to talk to Alyssa over there to get a better understanding of what their upcoming plan is. We haven't had a whole lot of communication because they've been off. I would really need to get with her and see what their plans are for the upcoming weeks and such. But I can verify that yes, NSOs just in the past couple weeks been attending the blight hearings.
Okay.
Ms. Angela, if I may.
Angela?
Yes, there are still hearings going on in the administrative hearings office, and so I know they've had meetings via Zoom and other methods. Like I said, I'm not talking about the role of the NSOs, but I know that they have had hearings that have been conducted in, of course, non-traditional methods virtually as a result of the COVID.
Okay. Madam President, I'm done.
So are we all? Wait a minute. Are you wanting to speak some more about this?
Well,
well, Ms. Winfrey Carter, you said that you were done. I'm asking Councilman Mays.
I'm done. And Councilman Mays, I guess he can close it out.
Councilman Mays?
Yeah, I don't really want to close it out. I think it's an ongoing conversation. But the way that I'm looking at it is like this. I'm looking at it this way. That which wards have one officer and which wards is sharing two? Let's see and make that clear. Which ones start with one officer? Which wards has one officer?
Okay, so Carl Martin, whom is assigned to Ward 1, is also covering Ward 2.
Okay, but that's not the question. I asked specifically which ward and ward numbers, if you know, have their own officers.
Okay, so that would be, let's see, that'd be Ward 4, that'd be Ward 6, that'd be Ward 8, and Ward 9.
Okay, now, if I look at some of the problem areas, and two, I get concerned. Now, who makes
Start meeting. Share better. The recording has started.
Do you see that? How long do you see that relation?
This session is no longer being recorded.
Councilman Mays, hold 1 second.
Pardon me?
1 second, please. The recording is not being...
The recording has started.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Mays.
You said that you was getting with human resources to hire more, and when you hire more, that would give everybody one again.
Yes, sir.
Now, do we know the schedule, or they make their own schedule as to when they share an award, how much time they and what days? How do that work?
So if the NSO is covering 2 wards, then, you know, it all depends on the complaints that come in each morning, where they're located at, and you know, I mean, they don't all operate the same way. So I really can't tell you that this NSO spends the first half of the day in one ward and the second half, you know, the tail end of the day in the other ward. I mean, I really can't.
Yeah, that's my concern. That's my concern. It might not be your concern, but this is my concern. Yeah. When I hear Mr. Davis say 3 times in his speech on this subject matter that the mayor himself was out there in this arena, that concerns me when I'm sharing. Because I know blight officers, city employees, police chiefs, you know, we got 2 co-equal branches of government. We got the legislative branch and the executive branch. And, you know, depending on who playing ball with who, but I'm going to play ball for the residents of the First Ward. And the residents of the First Ward deserve better in the area what the NSOs is directly related with. I picked up on Mr. Garris when he kind of said something to the effect of even Mr. Mays. Like it's such a big deal to agree with me. Hell, I'm a graduate of Michigan State University, political science pre-law. I was in the dorm with Magic. He do sports, I do politics, and my job is to try to do it well. So let's use that. If even what Mr. Mays is saying makes sense, and we done talked tonight and we ain't going to belabor the issue, I'm so glad that Ms. Galloway asked for the department head who some think is an appointee, and based upon our interpretation and inquiry, it's time to talk about it. I had a call out here from a Detective Reese from the State Police Post, and I'm in California, Sergeant Reese, and I got to come back and deal with some interesting issues. But I'm glad to meet you, Miss Winfrey Carter. I'm glad you put this on because I would have put it on. I done tried to put it on in a lot of different ways. I think we're going to inch our way to helping these residents and clearing up some legal issues, some financial. You and Miss Galloway voted for blight and the funding. 6 council people, Officer Reed, I don't care what they tell you. The records speak for itself. They wouldn't put 6 or 7 police on the street. Maybe you could catch a crook dumping if we had more cars and they wasn't tied up on shootings. But the same crew you talking to, 6 no on police per shift and no on 900,000 for front-end loaders, trucks, and blight and personnel. So act like I ain't said nothing. But my job is to serve people and let them know exactly what's going on and what ain't and should. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And Janelle and Davina, I'd like to make sure that that you place a special order at the top on the next council meeting for specifically speaking with Mr. Murdoch about blight. And so that brings us to the next special order for Councilman Griggs.
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to thank Sergeant Reed for coming.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sergeant Reed, for being here tonight with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, everybody. And, I'll make sure I look into all your concerns that you've addressed tonight.
Yeah, because I don't like sharing, Officer Reed. I didn't say nothing, but I don't understand why Wards 4, 6, 8, and 9 have their own instead of dividing all of them up along the ward. But I didn't want to belabor that, but that's a problem for me. I just want to say it on the record. But thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Councilman Griggs, that brings us to your special order.
Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
He excused himself from the meeting. I moved to postpone his stuff until the next meeting.
That's a motion that to postpone. Is there support for that motion?
Madam President.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
I'll support that motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call on the postponement, please. Janelle?
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. And how when council people leave, is that an absence, Janelle, on the vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that brings us to the request by Councilman Davis to speak about a special order where liquor stores are concerned. Councilman Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you for indulging, Madam Chair. At this time in this late hour, I'd like to move to postpone my order for 2 weeks so I could actually have alertness and respect of the rest of the body and the rest of the department heads that's been on this call since 5:30. I'll move.
Thank you. There's a motion to postpone the special order for Mr. Davis where liquor store is concerned. Is there support for that motion?
Madam President?
Councilman Winfrey?
I support the motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
If there is some, I would like some, Madam President.
A discussion on the motion to postpone?
Yes.
Then you can go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Okay, it's only probably in Michigan about 9:30. What am I saying here? I'm saying here about...
It's 11:22, Councilman Mays.
Oh, okay, so I was looking at this 8. It's 8:22 here, and so it's 11:22. Well, I'm surprised. I might not put this discussion off. I might vote no to postpone because it's been a high-profile issue. I got people calling me, talking about, is the stores going to close? You inch a little bit in. I wouldn't have jumped out there and postponed it. I talked to them in Burton. They say they had a council meeting at 1 or 2 o'clock before. And if you check around, I talk to people, I get calls from a council person in New Mexico. It's not normal for council meeting and boards and stuff to meet. So I'm not going to vote to postpone it. I was ready to talk a little bit openly and honestly with the public about my thoughts, particularly when I got a First Ward resident, God bless her soul, calling in, saying to me, inferring that if I got a partnership with the churches in my ward, I hope I can go to heaven. Don't let Miss Fields dirty your mind when I say I got partnerships with preachers, I got partnerships with stores, I got partnerships with schools, senior centers, block clubs, and the ward, ma'am, if you're still listening. And, you know, Miss Moore, I done come to know you a little bit. If you're listening, you can find all kind of scenarios of people say one thing, do another, hypocritism. People will dog you out on podcasts and then get in council meeting and get mad if you talk about trucks parked on sidewalks. You done did something wrong after you've been called corrupt and they don't really know who I am. I'm Pastor May's son. I'm Louis May's son. I'm Rosie B. May's son. People do know who I am. I was a committed man. I've been a council person. I answer calls. I service people. I'm a servant of the people. I'm who I say I am. I'm not nothing funny or false. I'm going to fight fire with fire. If I'm for Biden, I'm going to be for Biden. If you for Trump, you can be for Trump. But that don't make you call me corrupt. And I'm telling you, it ain't good. And we inching into the heavy political season. So I'm going to say this. When it comes to postponing this ordinance that you put out there, all from Flint to Detroit, why? If it's that big a deal and it's going to save lives, I propose that if everybody on the council voted to close gas stations and stores at 9, at the rate I'm looking at stuff, and people need to go to church, it could be a shooting at 8 anywhere. And so my issue has to do with let's talk about this rationally as soon as possible, and let's not try to play media. I wouldn't care if a person met with Pence. I wouldn't care if a person met with Trump. They ain't gave me nothing. But when it comes to Kill D and Peters and Stabenow and Michigan being a swing vote state, I'm going to talk just like the other side.
I'm black, proud of it. I'm black and I'm proud, and I'm a Democrat. And I'm Biden. Hope he wins. I won't be voting to postpone this. I'm not letting nobody play with high-profile activities and put it off. Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, roll call on postponing, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. So that special order is postponed. Liquor licenses?
There are none, Madam President.
So that brings us to introduction and first reading of ordinance 200435. Oh, I'm sorry, we already did that.
Yeah.
Second reading and enactment of any ordinances?
There are none.
So, Janelle, why is there a discussion item?
Because Councilman Mays asked for it, and he asked for Mayor Neely to be here, and I did make that request.
Okay. So that's 200442, discussion item, state of emergency, statewide, local.
Yeah, Madam President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam President. Is Mr. Neely here?
No, he's not.
Mr. Edwards, is Mr. Neely here, or do we plan on coming?
He is not here, and I'm sure that Janelle, she made him aware of your request.
Okay. I want this council to know we're in the middle of a pandemic. I know people in the first ward and all across the city who have died. I've been saying the same thing, even alluded to certain employees in City Hall. Why this council would sit and let Mr. Neely attempt to play a game with me and you and the public and try to give me an update when I'm calling him up more in the spirit of governmental operations, which we have some authority in. And that's why I said it's similar to what the Supreme Court said. It's two branches of government. In this council, certain members, Mr. Winfrey, Mr. Davis, Mr. Guerra, refused to bring this man before us in a timely manner. And folks, in the middle of a pandemic, I pray to God for no uptick, particularly again in City Hall. We have a duty and a responsibility when we request folks, even the mayor, to come and carry out the law. The law that is spelled out and give the legislative branch on the state level a certain constitutional right. We have a charter right. We have an ordinance right to demand that this man come up and not take over our meeting and sabotage it, talking about an update. Like somebody interrupting him. No, you're interrupting this meeting with some camouflage when I'm trying to talk about where you've been, will you abide by the law, and will you work this thing through with both the executive and legislative branch, Mr. Winfrey, Mr. Guerra, and Mr. Davis. I don't care about publicity. But it's good, Mr. Davis. I don't want to meet with Trump right now. I don't want to meet with Pence. Publicity is good, But guess what? Getting the work done is better when you service all the people. I can appreciate people understanding what I'm saying about I won't have to not talk about the water crisis. I'm the real deal in my mind and in others, Mr. Davis. And how dare you try to convince people on a podcast that I'm not. This is the real council meeting. I'm the real deal, and I'm a servant to help people. God bless the citizens of the city of Flint.
Is there any further discussion?
Madam President, I want to leave that on and ask him to come again. I'm making a record.
Okay, Councilman Mays, that brings us to additional discussion items, which there are none. That brings us to final council comments. We can start with Mr. Winfrey.
Madam President, I don't have any final comments other than to say to all of my constituents, and not just in the 6th Ward, but across all quadrants of the city, and that is to, regardless of what the Michigan Supreme Court does or regardless of what the President of the United States does or says, we need to make sure that we are practicing safety for ourselves, our families, and those people that we may come in contact with. There is a reason that the scientists and doctors are saying that there's an uptick in this COVID-19. And the reason in my mind, and what I believe, is that because it is happening. And it doesn't matter to me what a person or how a person chooses their political affiliations. That's their business. That's their right. I respect that. But no president and no Michigan Supreme Court and no other Supreme Court is going to have sense for me. I'm in that group that's vulnerable, and I try to practice safety for myself, my family, and people that I may come in contact with. So I just want to urge my colleagues, all of the people of the city of Flint, anybody that's listening that may not be members of this city or citizens of this city, please let's practice wearing our mask and being and socially distancing ourselves when we're in a closed building and when we're out in outside of a building. I believe this pandemic or this COVID-19 is an uptick because that's just the way it is, and the scientists have registered it and said that that's what's happening, and we really need to be careful. And then the last thing, and finally, I want to say to my colleagues, any of our political affiliations, and whether we choose to be a Democrat or a Republican or an independent, or not even choose a political affiliation at all, that's our right. And I don't have the right to tell somebody who they should or what political affiliation they should choose. I choose what's best for me and what I believe in. So I would like for this council to move towards not attacking one another for choosing what you want to choose and what political affiliation you want to be associated with. I think we deserve more respect than that. I don't want nobody telling me that I got to be a Democrat or I got to be a Republican, I got to be an independent. I want to choose that for myself. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam President, I have no comment.
Mr. Guerra.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I just want to say, emphasize, really, regardless of whatever your political affiliation is or regardless of who you support, who you don't support, or if you don't want to vote for everybody on the ballot, you want to vote for something, really get out there and vote. I know City Hall has been pretty much open every day. Even on the weekends, I think they're open now. So please get out and vote. You're not going to be here on Election Day. Vote absentee. Try to cast your ballot. Every vote matters, and especially in the state of Michigan. I was watching a video not too long ago where it explained how how powerful votes are in these swing states and how much more it is. So please get out there, cast your ballots. I want to thank everybody for having a productive meeting tonight. I think it was great, Ms. Ricardo, that we finally got the NSO sergeant here to talk about that situation, so we hear kind of firsthand what's going on over there. I know it's like being a major concern. That was a blessing to have them here to explain that a little bit more. And I'm looking forward to hearing more, definitely, about Mr. Davis' proposal the next council meeting. So I think the council has a lot of work to do. We're definitely in a weird situation still with COVID, and especially with the numbers starting to rise again. So I encourage residents to be safe when you're out there in the public, and please be courteous, think of others. I want to wish everybody a good night, and thanks for the productive meeting.
Thank you. Councilman Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging this late evening. I'd like to say this for the COVID. It's very serious. As when I caught COVID, all I had was a scratchy throat, and then a week later, a little after that, double pneumonia. Now I got a bad heart and everything else. Y'all please pay attention to social distancing and anything else. And I found out another thing through my doctor and cardiologist. It's not just a respiratory illness, it's vascular. It messes with different organs in your body. So it's not nothing to play with. Just because you think you're asymptomatic, it still could attack you down the road. This is a brand new plague. It's not a United States or a Trump plague. It's a worldwide plague. Be very cautious. It'll kill you on a dime. And also, I want to say this. I have already had dialogue with President Trump's administration, well as President Pence. My subject matter to the whole of City Flint, on the record, the talking points, foreclosures, the talking points, owner-occupied rehab, the talking points, the stipulations, because we have no funding. We need federal funding to help the cities. They thought the water was clear. Now, all of a sudden, all over the country, Detroit, all over this nation, they know Flint, again, is not made whole yet. So it's all about the help, and thank you so much, Councilman Herbert Winfrey. My vote is my voice. I am a Democrat. Last year, 4 years ago, I voted Hillary Clinton. I will always be, but nobody going to tell me I'm not black if I don't vote for a certain party. Done nothing for me and my constituency. People losing their houses here. Most of the houses here are vacant. Why? Most people done died. I got to stand up strong. What do I have to lose? A council seat. I'll risk a council seat to save lives. And the only thing I can, in livelihood, people over here is elderly on fixed income. This is my last-ditch effort. Nobody have done nothing for the constituency over here. They need me. And everybody sitting back and politicking for crumbs. I'm not going to do it. And let it go on record. Please put this on record. I've never been paid one dime. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Mays.
Yeah, I think my colleague got to be very careful when he say nobody have done something. I keep saying Stabenow, Peters, Mayor Weaver, Kildee, myself, and others. Politically, we have done something. Nancy Pelosi, others. A lot of people have done something. And my last-ditch effort is to not lose Michigan by a mere 10,000 votes. I'm a billboard for what I stand for and what I believe in. And, you know, I got friends and people in my phone who is black and Republican. People don't have to be defensive. Herb Winfrey is right, but I don't have to let Flint be publicized for a councilman that's supporting Trump and the media, certain media, making a big deal out of it. I'm going to be publicly supporting who I want to support and going to talk about it. But see, Herb, what you got to do is look at them podcasts. This guy calling me corrupt, trying to, you know, and then that's what I see. I hear stuff like the best thing for black people, Trump. That's in your opinion. That ain't my opinion, and that's all I be referring to. I respond to what people say and do after they do it. And I got that right to discuss these issues. I don't think he's the best for black people of the city of Flint, and ain't said it. And I ain't said who would be best, but I just listen. And so if people can do this stuff and then get national attention on news stories, well, guess what? I got the right to say what I think the majority of Flint. And Trump can't reach down here and did nothing for no black, white, or Hispanic, young or old during this water crisis, and been in power. So maybe he will, maybe he won't. I just know what I'm going to do. And I'm going to say this. When you hear me say, God bless America and the residents of the city of Flint, I'm sincere when I say this to you, Mr. Davis. God bless you. Who wants to go through the coronavirus or anything? I look at it as real. I know you. I know people who done died. I know people who done recovered on oxygen, and I hear you. But I'm just saying, if we going through a pandemic, let's try to be kind to people, even on them podcasts, because I be looking and listening, and I don't appreciate the way you try to discredit me. I'm the real deal. And people have done stuff to help. Don't say nobody ain't did nothing. God bless the citizens of the city of Flint. Y'all stay tuned, because I'm going to cherish my leadership position. And God bless me with a brain. Proverbs 3rd chapter, 5th and 6th verse. Trust in God with all thine heart. Lean not to thy own understanding. Acknowledge him in all thy ways, even in the council meeting, and he shall direct thy path. I pray that for my safe return home. God bless y'all.
Thank you. Thank you to all of my colleagues. Thank you for staying on the call tonight to get the business of the city complete. And I just would, Janelle, like to put a referral in. Riverdale, I think it's Riverdale Road, is not doing so well. And so maybe Mr. Edwards, I understand that there was someone working over there today, but their road is really it's really falling apart. So they've been asking about it for years. The city will come and cover it with a little bit of dirt, but they need more. It's starting to deteriorate a lot. I would like to eventually find out, Attorney Wheeler, about the political landscape of council. Council is a nonpartisan race, and yet there continues to be information shared, and I just thought that there was a level of politics that shouldn't be discussed, and it's just hostile, and that was never the design of our freedom of speech. There's a political bullying that goes on when you don't support who other people think you should, and that violates the very, not just our freedom of speech, it violates everything that our ancestors died for us to have the ability to do. And we should have the ability to be confident in whatever decision we choose. And so I just, again, want to thank my colleagues. You guys have been great. It's 11:45, and I would like to entertain a motion. A motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Guerra.
I'd like a motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there support for that motion?
Madam President,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I support that motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call on the motion to adjourn, please.
Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays?
Oh, I was muted. I vote no.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
So it's 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. We are adjourned. Be safe.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.